Oh, hello, chat. Oh, did the ads go through? Oh, they did go through. Bless. Oh, we got. Oh, we got a lot to do today. We only have a few days left in this event. Hello, Zev. How you doing, man? Oh, welcome on in, Zev. Dude, I am tired. But we go anyway. What have you been up to, Zev? What's up? Boogie Wonderland. Hey, Zev, did you see we have new sub emotes? From a wonderful artist? Is this gonna send us in, please? Electric Avenue.
Nice! Supply shipments come in. Hope you find something useful.
Oh. I really like them. I'm hoping Xena's okay with me putting her in the title as like a way to find her. Let's do another one. Dude, 3 Lancers? No, alright.
Being able to fulfill your objective and return unharmed is quite the feat.
We're gonna need, like, I don't even know how many monster parts. At some point, we're probably gonna end up doing more hammer and sword stuff. So I don't want to sell any parts. Even though we'd probably be fine to. But... Electric Avenue.
Come on over. How can I serve you? Can I proceed?
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
Here.
Got it.
Elbows. Elbows.
Right.
Dude, I can't wait for them to get rid of... Gemma just go back to her normal skin.
Should I begin?
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
Here.
Got it.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Elbows.
Right.
Elbows.
All right.
What's the next thing I can craft?
A
Alright.
sage.
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
Here.
Got it.
Elbows.
Right now, for the weapons, what we need,
Good.
mainly just symbols, still. Right now it's the armor we're trying to focus on.
Can I proceed?
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
Just so... It's gonna take forever.
Here.
Got it.
We'll do some mining. We gotta also
Elbows.
Right.
get a few Wing Drakes things.
Good.
There's so many different places we can get Wing Drake stuff that it's not really a concern.
A sage.
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
Here.
Got it.
Elbows. Elbows.
Right.
Good.
All right.
No, do not equip.
Oh, good. Very good.
Alright, Bruce. Miras, I know you don't know how to read. Nobody do. Just trying to be involved. We do need Orion stuff still. Manual accept? Alright, never mind. Surely it'll let me in. There we go.
Let's have another hunt with no surprises today.
Oh, Spotify. Dude, Spotify's becoming more and more ass. It's so slow. And I know it's not a thing with Monster Hunter because it's slow with everything. Doesn't matter if it's Destiny or whatever game. If Spotify isn't the only thing, and even if it is the only thing open, it's still so slow. Excuse me. Thank you. Oh, okay. Hey, where are you? Guys.
I've set a bomb. Bomb set.
Bomb set!
Okay.
I set a bomb!
Nice. Nice.
That helps.
Bingo, take me away. Dude, I hate... No, fuck off throwing knife. If I could get rid of throwing knife, I would.
Okay, sorry.
Come on. Come on. Alright, Bingle.
Looks like the monster dropped something.
He has to be close to death. Hello, Roy. How you doing? That is a gun lance. How you doing? Oh, fuck. You know what? Fine. Put on good knife. That works. Doing good, just chilling? I've been doing okay. It's been a little bit of a rough year, past bit, but it's not just a me thing, so. Yeah, I'm sure it will be. How's your video stuff going? I saw you had something for like, which game was underrated?
No worries.
First video of the year. Dude, I'm ready. I'm excited. Midnight Suns. It was a Marvel thing. I just couldn't remember if it was Midnight Suns. I know they had,
That was an unexpectedly fierce monster.
they had some other game that came out. There's like some card-based fighter or something. Not the Hearthstone one, but another. Ooh. We still need this? No, we don't need that ticket. I don't know. Wait, you know what? Legiacris is easy. Any XCOM-esque rated game, or like type of game, always underrated.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
I know Phoenix Point, was not really as good. At least from what I've heard, but has a deck builder like Slay the Spire? There's the one I'm thinking of, I think is a mobile game. It's like a turn-based kind of thing also, but it's I think just on mobile. I'm excited to see your video though. I'll look for it after. I don't think it's Marvel Snap. It's I think it was trying to be like I'll look for the name of it. It's like if you mixed XCOM and Strike Force. It's a weird one. Did he say... Did that say Gonna Goon? What the fuck? There. Dude, absolutely. Normally, I'm a bow gunner. But having a mortar on a stick is so much fun. I'm in danger. Please. Help. Help. Please. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure they're fine on their own. Let me Google quick. Marvel mobile game. Because now this is going to be stuck in my head if I don't remember this. Oh, hey Rathalos. Oh, I've been meaning to ask also, Roy. Would you be okay? Oh, if I watched your videos on stream? Because I think some of my chatters would... I've pointed some of my chatters to go watch. I don't know if they have. Let me go for it. Sick. Once that new vid comes out, we'll take a peek then. Fuck. Okay, dickhead, stop. It will not get third party by a overgrown lizard. You should. I know they had their last title update before whatever DLC dropped. But they've made a lot of good updates. I know there's supposed to be a support patch in February for like optimization. Fuck, ads. One out of 39. Oh no. I gotta kill so many of these things. Okay, I think ads are almost done. Yeah. I think now the best two times to let me just do that. Best two times to get into a Monster Hunter game. Right after final title update and with the DLC. Seeing as how we just had the final update, now is the perfect time. They will have a few stability patches, a couple specifically for PC coming in February. And I'm assuming, like, I know we get the new Monster Hunter stories in March, so we're not gonna get like any DLC reveal right away. If we get any DLC, it'll probably be like 3 months from now, 4 months from now. Probably around summer, going for a winter release. Because I think that's kind of the time frame Iceborne released for World was like an hour, a year after, or like within 5 or 6 months, maybe 6 or 7 months. what we've been trying to do. Currently, I'm crafting every armor in the game and every ranged weapon, so bow, the guns, and gun lance. We are... We got so much to make up for. That person was naked for a second.
How can I serve?
Oh, 43 pages. Let's see. How close are we? Oh, we're almost down to 42. So we're making good progress from the 207 pages.
A sage.
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
Good. Can I proceed?
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
And I promise I didn't mod anything. That's a seasonal skin.
Here.
Got it.
You give me...
Elbows. Elbows.
Right.
Good.
All right.
Spotify recommending a gaming playlist. Sure. Let's see what that is.
A sage.
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
I'm so excited for March. I want to play the new stories so bad.
Got it.
Elbows. Elbows.
Right.
Good.
All right.
Good boots. Leave me with $11. Fuck. Giant beak. Are we done with the ruby? We will probably take a break from event quests for a bit, so we need lower level materials, but... I'm gonna save the Final Fantasy fight for last, and Gogmazios for last. Because Omega, it seems like you actually need to have coordination. Gotta get it back to productive, or to being productive. Of course.
Commencing quest now.
Whenever you wanna,
Prepared?
let me know. And when that video comes out, we'll watch it on stream. I'll share it with my people.
Looks like the monster.
Hope your day goes well. Ugg Bunga for a great sword. Yeah. Yeah, that fits. Drive through a Burger King. You know, maybe the gaming playlist is not what we want. Maybe that's not what we want.
Come on over.
Do I really not have enough money for anything? I'm that broke?
Leaving already?
All right. Surely we get all the mucus we need. One and done? Oh, we only need two? Okay. Dickhead. Come on. Wow. Hmm. Probably need to do that again.
Mono. You have any requests?
Yeah, we need one more.
A sage choice. Can I proceed?
Watch this.
Lend me. Good.
All right.
I got the crippers out, damn.
Another satisfied.
One more mucus. Buh.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
Really?
Down. Entering combat. Use this to step up.
Somebody's already accepted my quest?
Well done.
Dude. Why do I get insta-joins on the lowest level mission I can? But then, like, actual missions. It's like pulling teeth trying to get people. Come on.
Quest complete. You were amazing as always.
You're wearing full Balahara,
This specimen.
and you are wearing mostly Balahara.
I see. Oh, which would mean.
Did I not announce the things on Twitter? I didn't announce them on Twitter. What am I doing? me grab. There we go.
Come on over.
What else did I need a mucus for? Recovery.
Should I begin? Another satisfied couple?
Okay, I don't know how many claws I need. This should be easy though. There we go. What? Oh, now nobody wants to join real quick. But fighting the giant ballerina spider? Oh, immediate. Alright. How the hell are you here, Night Mist?
Done. Entering combat.
Get up.
Grasp the situation. Adapting to the situation.
Thank you, Kai.
Nicely done.
Come on.
We're nearly there.
Oh, I feel... I feel kind of bad for him. Just immediately
This thing's a trove of new data.
devastated.
We're making good progress on the materials we're after.
2 out of 4 brute bones. Oh, 3 out of 4. So I have to do this mission like maybe 1 more time, 2 more times.
Come on over. How can I serve?
Mushroom Mancer.
A sage
Yeah.
choice.
Interesting. I'm gonna say we probably only need like two more claws. Right, please. Maybe. Maybe. So far away. Maybe I can rope another monster into fighting. I think I hit the baby with that. That's my bad.
There, our mark. Stop. Entering combat.
Okay.
It's life or death.
Congas are dead. Just take him out. Fuck. Let me move!
You were amazing out there.
Well, thank you, Alma.
A fine bit of work.
Bone?
That's a material.
Yes.
on the wish list. Nicely done.
Do another one. Do.
This specimen is. I see. Oh, which would mean.
Claw. I think we're done now. Maybe? I'm gonna assume yes. Maybe?
Can I prove
Watch this.
121 bucks.
satisfied customer?
Oh. Okay, yeah, that is. We're down the Cotton Galalas. It's probably also a few things we need from Shagma. So a couple of these and we should be good.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
At least he'll be easy. Excuse me. Thank you.
Am I being summoned?
Yes.
As you will.
Need. She's so fine. Please. Get them both, get them both. Strike him down.
I've grasped the situation. Leave this to me.
Another insect glaive user.
Over here. This echo bubble will fortify you. I'm heading back.
Gabe McCabe. People just didn't want to fight a Conga Lala, I guess. Alright.
Thank you. A fine bit of work.
There we go. I'm sorry, Gabe, but
This thing's a
hey, free materials. 2 more
treasure
fangs.
material from your wish list. Oh, wait, was that the last of what you needed?
Come on, Night Mist. Take a dance. Alright. Or not. You gonna... Okay. Oh, we only need 1 left. Or we only have 1 left. What do I need them for? Guard and Gluttony. Speed heal. And Gluttony. See how quickly people join this one.
Have everything? A supply shipment's come in. Hope you find something useful.
I could do the... Should probably do the session ID. If I can ever remember where that is. Eight, 3D. Bennett. Nice one, Night Mist. Don't throw a Dathlodon at me, dickhead.
Perhaps I should be more perceptive of others.
Okay, there's Kai. Mr. Sinat, thank you. Where's your wound? Perfect. Okay, Fur, Claw. Need a Fang. Already almost dead. You could have gotten him, Melissa. Come on. Come on. Almost there.
Target down. Aim fully locked.
Sun's getting real low, big guy. Come on. Easy. Easy. Low rank monster.
Material from your wish list.
Plus.
Is that the last of what you needed?
It's gonna give me another one. Yeah, we did get another one, so guaranteed. We can definitely get to 40 pages today. I don't know how low we'll get.
Watch this.
Optional. Priscilla. Great. Surely I don't need that many claws. Right.
Now commencing quest by order of the guild.
Grab. Thank you. Oh, that's a horrible sight. Thank you.
Stop. I'll join you.
Use that as slinger ammo.
Oh, his face is broken. Okay, nap time.
Didn't think anything like
Thank you for hitting that.
Joining Doom for your stamina.
Oh, please.
Let's go.
Oh, come on. Where are you, Bingo? Where are you going? Okay.
Shaking me off.
Oh.
Being able to fulfill your objective and return unharmed is quite the feat.
Yeah. I'm pretty cool, Alma.
We're making solid progress on
Oh, I only need 2. Okay. One more? Damn. So many. I think gun lance is probably the most hell yeah weapon. Big sword and hammer. Cool. Dual blades longsword. They're alright. Just a cannon on a stick though. It's peak. What am I even trying to craft with the Nursilla Claw?
My hammer is yours anytime.
See how long it takes for somebody to join here. Get up. Oh. Yeah. What? How did I miss?
I'll do my best to meet your expectations.
Careful, the beast.
Come on.
That's a double deployed. Make good use of it.
Let's go. We didn't fall asleep this time. That's good. Come on. Thank you for the opening. Appreciate you.
A superlative result.
Material from your wish list.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Yes. And there we go. Easy. Socks on the bed. All right.
Do you have any requests? A safe.
Watch this.
Yeah, make the waist.
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
Here.
Got it.
Elbow. Elbow.
Right.
Good.
All right.
I think I might have to update my mic again.
Satisfied.
I can hear something through my mic when I test, like I listen to the output. There's like a hum. And I don't know what it is or where it's from. I'm assuming it's from my PC, but it's not touching my PC, so I don't know, like...
Have everything?
Please? Damn. You'll get poisoned eventually, man. Already? Your tail's broken?
Take advantage of this!
1 out of 2. Okay.
Nearly there.
This is... It's something. It's a little too quick. Is there a showcase going on today for something? There's a New Games Plus showcase today. We'll watch that in a bit. Asian, Quick Sheath.
Can I proceed? Oh, good. Very good.
When our food timer on this is done, we'll watch that.
Okay, well, let's be on our way.
Alright. Kinda need you to get closer, bud.
I think you could use that as splinter ammo.
Yep, probably. Oh! Hello, Cyan viewers. How you doing? What the 4 gazillion raiders? How was your stream? It's great. Good.
Good as they say.
First stream back from vacation? How was your vacation? Super busy, but was awesome. Nice. Where did you go? If it won't like reveal stuff. Or what'd you do? Philippines? Ooh. How was the food? Of course, ads. Bye. Bus. We We have some new sub emotes. I guess this is a good chance. Chat, if you don't want ads, you can subscribe and get some cool new emotes. Damn!
Can I proceed?
Dude,
Should I begin?
Watch this.
I can't travel. I'm too big and greedy. I just be eating everything. It's bad.
Should I begin?
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
Here.
Got it.
Elbows. Elbows.
Right.
Good.
All right.
It's... Last time we went to... Last time my family went to Jasper, one of the places we go to only does like baked mac and cheese for kids. I don't know why that's it. Make adult mac and cheese, come on. Or like baked mac and cheese. So I ordered $80 of just baked mac and cheese and just boss. It's a problem. You give me a place with good food and I'm coming out broke. I need to go back. I need more. That... It's a one and done, really?
As you would.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. How... Okay, how hard is it to avoid dairy with stuff? Like, is it really hard to do, or...? Because I know some food types, trying to avoid them is, like, near impossible sometimes.
Shaking me off.
Or it just severely limits what you can eat.
Let's go! I'll follow your lead!
Cutting it on my coffee's ass. Yeah. Because like, I can think of like ice cream you can't eat and stuff.
Where are you off to?
And because I know, just for health stuff. My grandma's had to change her diet a bunch. And she used to like buy some kind of cereal. It was like a box for $2. And the stuff she has to get now is like $7. It's for basically the same stuff. I got cheese, yogurts, and stuff. What cheese can you eat that's not lactose? Does goat cheese count? Or is that... That might be a dumb question, but...
This thing's a trove of new data.
Because I think paneer is fine. But that's about it. Parmesan and cheddar. Oh.
Come on out.
I'd be causing fights.
How can I serve?
I'd be a problem if that was the case.
Proceed. Oh, good. Very good.
Please tell me I don't have to fight the Nursilla again. Okay, Doshagama. You know what, how about we go back to just event quests? Has to be real cheese, not manufactured versions? Yeah, that shit's expensive. Do I want to do another one, or do we just hop over? You know what? Why don't we just do the audience ricotta, or no? Oh. Damn. Here, let me put on the New Game Plus stuff. So you just get no fun. Yeah, just don't eat food. Okay. Okay, we're only half an hour late. No caffeine, no stress. Just put me in the ground. Like, what do you mean? I've heard anytime doctors have told me or family, be like, oh, just don't be stressed. Why are you sad? Just be happy. Alright, dude. Just buy a house. I You know, if I could, I would. It's not like I'm choosing to have that. Let me bring up we're open on bring back the little guy. Where is he? Where's my gremlin? Yeah. Just free lobotomy? Perhaps? Light on. VTube Studio taking absolutely forever to load. Well, you know what'll help, Sai? Just be like this guy. Just be like him. You'll be fine. See, I mean, like, I show egg. Oh, white screen. And then it loads. And we have the little guy back. Whoa, that's crazy. Alright, here we go. Can I offer you an egg in these trying times? Only if you're not yoking. Oh, it's Jake Lucky doing this? Oh. Hunter Luke.
Halo Infinite.
Spoilers.
Witcher 3 or Cyberpunk?
The Witcher 3.
Will play tender.
Okay, so this is like a new game showcase or something.
What was this?
It should be good.
Multiple playthroughs.
Alright, good.
Why is it so quiet? Okay. What is that? Okay. You know, we're already late to this. We're just gonna pause and look at every little frame. This game looks interesting. Skyrim but pixel? Elder Scrolls? Maybe? Starfield? Okay, this is from that Atomic Heart, like, MMO. Has anybody in chat, you, Sai, or anyone else lurking, have you heard anything about this game since it was shown off? Or is it just kind of been sitting there? Because I have seen nothing. Yeah, Atomic Hearts is having an MMO that's similar to, like, a lot of people were comparing it to, like, Warframe or Destiny. And it's on this just giant cube that rotates, and that's how they do changes to seasons and live service stuff. I've seen and heard nothing since the trailer. something. I don't know what this is. Arena PC. Backrooms. Is that No Man's Sky? Dude, there's also been nothing from Light No Fire. Like the new game from the No Man's Sky people. I've heard no info about that game. It's been like 2 years. I don't know what this is. Brand new footage of RuneScape. Okay. What is that? Okay. All right. How's the sound? Is it too loud or? Don't stare at me like dinosaur? Oh. Hello, Jonah. Hello, hello, hello. We have a it's the React part of the stream. We have a couple things to look at. One I added to the watch later yesterday. And then because Roy was in chat earlier and I asked him, we have a video essayist that we can watch videos from. Division. Wait. Okay. The Division 2. I hate Ubisoft. The Division 2 has so much potential, and Ubisoft will just shoot itself in the foot every chance they get. Dude. The Division 2 is good, but it needs to be made by someone else. That's cool.
Welcome to the New Game Plus Game Showcase, a new initiative built by creators who love games for what they are and not just the games that pay to have them promoted. First up, I'm Hunter. I'm normally behind the camera across gaming and esports events, and I work on social accounts for a ton of different games. My favorite games of all time would probably be RuneScape, Dark Souls 3, Leaf Green, Black Ops 2, and Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Battlefront 2, good pick. Wait. Okay. Hunter and Jake Lucky have some history online, but you know what? We'll look past it for this. For a new showcase, showing off new games, and it looks like some indie games. I'll allow it.
We have Jake Lucky, kind of the point where gaming, esports, and streamers collide. If you look at him for too long, you'll start to wonder why his neck is so long, and if you look at his Twitter for too long, you'll wonder how much Nadeshot paid him to tweet clips of him every single day. His favorite games of all time are RuneScape, Age of Empires 2, Halo Infinite, Jumpstart Adventures with Bodley, and CSGO. Next up,
rare pick.
Luaudi, a streamer with a hatred of spoons and a love for dragon sex. Lua probably has more
Okay. That cannot be your intro to new people. You have two defining features. I hate spoons. Dragon sex. Dog. Got shit in my eye now too, man. Okay.
personality than the rest of us in her pinky. Her favorite games include Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, XCOM 2, Witcher 3, and Mass Effect.
Is she the dance pad streamer? If that's the same person, she'd be Dark Souls with a DD, like a Dance Dance Revolution floor mat. And you put Dragon Sex as one of the... Brother.
Then Luke Stevens, the mind of a critic with the heart of a fan. Luke breaks down games through their DNA and really looks at everything a game has to offer. Where our brains might be smooth, his is nice and wrinkled. His favorite games of all time are Elden Ring, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Last of Us, Witcher 3, and Batman Arkham City.
Okay.
The fifth and final in-person member this year is I Am
Hi,
Rob.
Rob.
Rob came from the hell of making Call of Duty videos to the other hell of platinuming games. His favorite games of all time are Witcher 3, Halo 3, Batman Arkham City, X-Men Legends, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Whole rare pick.
Not to be confused with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 or Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Remastered. Then our final member is Blue Thunder, the man who is always spotlighting the next hidden gem before anyone else sees it coming. He just had a beautiful second child that luckily takes after his wife, so he's not here in person but was a major part of the showcase. His favorite games of all time are Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 2, Elden Ring, The Last of Us, and Metal Gear Solid 2.
Okay.
Together, we're pressing into how we think game showcases should feel: conversational, authentic, and transparent.
We are here to celebrate what actually excites us: incredible worlds, creative devs, and stories behind those games that we love so much.
There's no paid placements, no marketing scripts, just pure passion and excitement for what's coming up in gaming.
You can expect a wide range of content, including new trailers, fresh gameplay, developer interviews, behind-the-scenes content, and even some updates to your favorite games.
Okay. Before we go any further, how do we think this is going to hold? Is this game showcase going to be one that's like an annual thing, or is this like a test run that may go well? What do we think? Because there's been other showcases from creators before in the past. They haven't really gone anywhere, you know? Test run, methinks. Luke Stevens, this guy. I know he blew up, or at least I found his channel, and he was blowing up because he was shitting on Suicide Squad for all his videos. So that's where I know him from. I know Hunter and Jake Lucky have stuff on Twitter where they've changed and have gone back and forth of like whatever. The other three I don't really know. But starting off with no paid placements, just talking about games they like. While in theory that's good, and they'll just talk about any game, I feel like personal bias can come into that way too quickly. You know? Like if someone thinks a game is dead on arrival because of whatever things current people who think of games like that say, but it might be a great game, but it might not get showcased anywhere.
Developer interviews, behind-the-scenes content, and even some updates to your favorite games.
So sit back, grab your drink of choice, and let's
I'm hopeful though. But the fact they already have branded cups for what looks like a new thing.
dive into some of the games that we think are worth your attention. This is the New Game Plus Game Showcase.
Yeah, also, who picked the name?
New Game.
It's a work in progress.
Wait, what's the name of
New
it?
Game Plus shows the showcase.
New plus
of-
the game plus the showcase.
Have we trademarked that yet? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
Well, we have cups.
We
that's
already
most of
got
it.
the cups.
Sick name.
Yeah, they already got cut.
The cups are done,
We
dude.
might have to cut our losses.
There's no changing it now.
Cheers.
Perfect.
I don't know.
And it's great.
They definitely know what they're doing. Luke Stevens is a very big critic for games, but sometimes he's fair, and some of his videos I think he harps on some points a little too much. But overall, he's not a critic in the way, like, he'll criticize games. Like, he criticized Dragon Age, the new one, for stuff. Some things I don't think really matter, but he will call things out. But he's not a critic in the same way Asmongold is. You know? So this could be good. We'll be hopeful. Okay, Deep Dish Dungeon, Blood of the Dawnwalker, and Blind Descent.
All right, guys, so first up, we have 3 awesome games. We have Blind Descent coming from Owlcat. We have Deep Dish Dungeon coming from Behold and Raw Fury, as well as an exclusive interview with the Dawnwalker creative director.
Okay. Okay. More music. Okay. Oh, friend slop. Yippee! Okay, Deep Dish Dungeon. Okay. That could be good. Blind Descent, I don't really know.
Must be here somewhere.
A Dawnwalker is like a special kind of being in our IP. It's neither fully a vampire nor a human. It's something in between.
It's like Blade.
What this means is basically that you, as a Dawnwalker, you have underwent a transformation. You used to be human. And now, during the nighttime, you do get all the powers and the difficulties of being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant and you still have to eat. You have all the weaknesses of a human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique to humans in our IP is being able to use magic, so casting spells. The Dawnwalkers are not very commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rare, rarer than vampires. So you as a Dawnwalker are kind of special in this regard. I would say the short-term things that have immediate impact on the character development are you have to feed on, you know, either animals or humans on blood suddenly, right? So you get these cravings, you get these like
and you heal from it.
Eerie experiences that you didn't have as a human. Francis and his clique of vampires actually caught him on his low point when he was vulnerable. He has used specific traits of vampiric blood in order to cement his position in the valley. Because, you know, as you might imagine, having a bloodsucker as your lord might be a tough sell. However,
Yeah.
if the alternative is getting sick and, you know, dying in thousands, actually it doesn't sound as such a horrible thing. He tries to kind of distort the religious beliefs in order to install himself as a savior of the valley. We do explore this in the game, so you might see, like, for example, statues erected to Brentsis, new iconography shown in the local cathedral, for example, and in the castle and so on. There is
Okay.
this whole cult of personality he builds around himself. So he basically shows himself as something better than the old order, right? We do have a mechanic tied to shrines that are erected across the valley, and Brentsis puts a lot of attention to kind of twist them to his own image, and these do have a functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally speaking, one of the things we wanted to achieve in this game is to have Brentsis being this active antagonist. You know, in a lot of games, the antagonists are out there to be defeated, but generally speaking, you have free reign, you do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you. In this game, what we wanted to do is to have Brentsis react to your actions as you complete different activities throughout the valley, and
wait.
maybe undermine his operations and so on.
It's kind of like his seal of approval.
Exactly. So it's like, so basically the way you can think about it is like the more you do in the valley, especially if you undermine Brentsis, you will gain notoriety. The more notorious you are, the more edicts Brentsis will pass in order to thwart you. So for example, he might send out more soldiers to patrol roads and villages, right? He might, in some extreme cases, maybe even initiate a lockdown of the city to basically hamper your ways of traversing it, right? There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and change the general open world gameplay. It also has benefits. There are factions in the valley that dislike Brentsis, so the more notoriety you gain, the better standing with them you get, like they actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off, because we have added these systems where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire if he was hungry. You might kill off some important NPCs, and then the plot line just cuts off basically, or you get some alternative version. There are some ways to enter the castle in the open world. You can ignore these side plot lines. You can level up Cohen and decide to attack the castle on your own, right?
Out of curiosity, is there romance in the game?
Romance, yes, of course. We do have romance options, yes. We didn't delve deep into like.
I think I know what we're playing. Dynamic storylines, a game that reacts to you. The romance is the side part, but in Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor, you had the Nemesis system, so if you killed an orc, there was a chance the orc can come back, right? Maybe missing a leg or whatever, but it would have a vulnerability, or it would be immune to something. It was reacting to your choices as the player. This is like if you did that for the main villain, though. This is great. And storylines that can just cut off or get a different ending because of something. Whole new ways to discover stuff. Oh, please.
Like with whom yet?
Okay.
And I'll leave that for the future to talk about. However, yes, you can expect to build relationships with characters. Like I said, there is like one main goal, very varying ways to get to it. These different ways that you pick will impact, what happens with Veil Sangora in the end. And it's all up to you.
I know for romance, like some games, the romance hinders the story, right? I think Dispatch has that kind of, or Dispatch could have done without the romance and still been a great game, right? Because Dispatch is just Twilight. But some games like Baldur's, they use romance as the way to like explore a character's background that you wouldn't be able to otherwise because of how many characters. And Jonah, you played that one game that's kind of like Skyrim, but with like mushroom people. I think in that game, romance might have actually help the player care about some of the other characters more. Because in some games, you have a companion. That companion kind of just feels like dime a dozen with any other NPC that can just attack a monster with you. Right? Whereas having, maybe not romance, but like a deeper, like still a relationship system. Like maybe like a friendship system. Whatever, right? You still grow to care about that character because you unlock whatever things from their story, stuff like that. With, again, Baldur's, you don't have to romance characters. You can still be great friends with them, though, and you still unlock their story. Something like that, I think, would have helped. I think it's called Avowed. It would have helped that game. Romance is a tricky thing, though. It can either hamper a story or help it a lot. But Dawnwalker having that storyline thing and have the game react to you, I want to play it now.
To you. And I think, yeah,
I'm interested immediately.
I really recommend experimenting with this stuff and having fun with it.
First one, Blind Descent, Martian, survival, co-op, adventure.
Co-op.
Gives me Subnautica vibes, and in the best way possible. I really like it, but like more with land exploration, which is really cool. I honestly can't wait to try it.
We're also going to see a lot of survival games today. So I think it all comes down to what the ultimate depth of the game is. But I also, my first thought when I saw Martian Land was No Man's Sky. That's obviously like maybe a reach for expectation-wise, and definitely a tall task. But when I heard Martian, I thought No Man's Sky-esque.
Like you said, a lot of survival games, but I think it's popular right now, and I'm hopeful that a lot of them do it right. But this is like going underneath Mars and has aliens. It looks interesting. I like it.
I'm intrigued about the variety of ecosystems and aliens and plants that they bring up.
Well, like you said, it's popular right now because people like them, and so they share a lot of things mechanically, but for me, it's usually the vibe, and this one has a vibe.
Yeah, it's a good vibe.
That's why I wonder how that gameplay loop goes. Like, how far down can you go? What kind of biomes are you experiencing as you continue to go down? And like you said, with survivals, we see like a lot of the same loops. So how can they?
Are there trees you can cut?
Yeah, like again, we're gonna talk about it a lot, but if you can cut a tree down, I'm good for survival games. I'm like
at that point.
I'm the target. I'm the target audience.
Then we have Deep Dish.
Okay.
Dungeon.
Survival games. Chat, what do we think about games like Valheim, Subnautica, games like that? They're cool, but in the same way as like a Souls-like game, they're kind of dime a dozen. You know what I mean? There's a lot of survival games that come out where it's like, I think I've seen you maybe 12 times before. Because what was that one where it's like... There was one that was like Victorian era. You had some like magic man with a goat head. Or like goat mask. Opening portals for you. And I don't remember. Aesthetically, so many of them look so similar, I can't... It looks like they haven't developed in the decade that has been a genre. You know? Because there's... If I just look, survival on Steam. Survival. You have two different kinds of survival games, right? You have No Man's Sky and you have Ark, right? Those are like the two main types. Subnautica, I would say, is in the more Ark type and stuff like that. and I look up survival and I get everything from like GTA to Once Human. Games like Ark and Pal World for survival games kind of remind me more of what this one is. Not with like the taming, but where you are setting down a base in like a limited map. Or like is it Grounded? It's like the one where you're shrunk. You have those kind of games where it's you have a set map. You kind of know where the best things are, things to do. And then you have things like No Man's Sky where it's just go. It'll generate around you. And I see more of the Ark ones because those are easy to make. I know friend slop is a thing. There are some games I would consider slop as a genre. And I think survival and like Souls-like are kind of in those. Raft, I would say, is like in between. Raft will generate around you. But the locations in Raft you need to hit are set locations. So it's kind of, you know. I'm kind of tired of seeing survival games that are like that. Valheim, though, is also in between where it has set locations for things, but the world is randomly generated. Part of, I think, what separates them so much is the visuals. Especially in the last few years, too many games, not just survival games, are using the Fortnite kind of art style or something close to Fortnite art style, that they're indistinguishable from things like 5 years ago, 10 years ago sometimes. And that doesn't help. Valheim, with that kind of pixely aesthetic, is great. Blind Descent looks near identical to like 3 others I've seen in the past few years because they use the same art style.
Co-op dungeon crawling, a survival game, handcrafted dungeon. You gather resources, cook to strengthen your party. You can party up with friends. I'm excited for it.
Speaking of vibes, this thing is a vibe. Like,
it's kind of like, you remember when Minecraft came out and then a few years after there was dozens of block games, survival games, shooter games, like CSGO style shooter games. They could have been any aesthetic, but they chose the blocky one because Minecraft was the big thing. That's how kind of survival games feel now, where they're just taking that formula of Minecraft and they're not doing a whole lot to it. They're taking the aesthetic of Fortnite and like the gameplay of Subnautica, and they're just not doing much. Maybe Blind Descent does more, with like constantly going down. But unless you just have a massive game file for that, I doubt it.
I don't know what you'd call that art style, but whatever it is, like injected into my veins.
Retro, right?
It's like pixel art, but then they also have like some voxel type tech for digging and breaking things. I don't know, whatever it is, I like
What's
it.
voxel type tech?
Okay, so when Luke said voxel, that's big word count number 1 of the day. When I see that, I'm very basic. I'm like, that's got to be some form of pixel art, which is definitely coming back. I feel like we're seeing more games kind of pull back that old view, that old like Minecraft pixel art, whatever you want to call it, voxel view.
I will be honest with you guys. While you guys are talking about pixels, I'm thinking I hope I can kill my teammates in funny ways. So sure, we'll go with the pixels.
Yeah, we were watching the trailer together, and the first thing she was saying was like, hey, how do I kill those I'm with?
I mean, I have to imagine it's a dungeon crawling game about cooking in the dungeon. Surely you're gonna be able to accidentally poison yourself.
Do you think you can get like bad ingredients
Oh.
on purpose to murder your?
I bet you're.
my God,
I bet you're gonna.
Okay, she's looking to make clips. Delicious in the dungeon, but pixel game? Okay. How they made it seem was kind of like kind of like a Lethal Company type thing where you're delving in and then coming back out. But this might also be a survival game. You know? This is one I'm interested in almost purely because of art style, but I want to see where it goes. If it's friend slap, whoa, cool. If not, yippee.
We're gonna have to
Why
find
are
out.
you going?
So I wonder though, with it being like in dungeons, like if they're gonna have an in-game proximity chat kind of thing.
I hope
It's one of my favorite things in games like this when you're like walking through and you can hear your friend off in the distance. I wonder if they'll do something like
The Lethal Company
Yeah.
effects where they're like,
It looks
far
like
away.
you can hear them
that's meant to be
screaming.
Like
enjoyed
screaming
with
right-
friends, though, for sure.
Yeah, like at
Me
least
and Jake gonna be in their edition in that dungeon.
like at least a co-op. He's across the world. I'm like, Rob, you there?
I'm dishing, baby. I'm dishing.
I'm dishing.
making
Can you bring the carrot?
What are you making?
Lasagna.
Yeah, no, but it looks very promising though.
Next up, we have Dawn Walker. Lua had a crazy conversation with her creative director. Single player, vampire, RPG. It looks incredible. I think the 30-day system is awesome and, like you said, gives weight to things. And then the whole, like, there's so many decisions you can make.
What I find really interesting about the game is that Cohen, the protagonist, is half vampire, half man. And even though, like, all of that sounds great by itself, there's even another layer where at night, of course, he can use vampiric abilities that he doesn't get to use during the daytime. His combat's different. He's not using a sword, he's using claws. And then in the daytime, of course, there's NPCs walking around and there's, you know, maybe patrols going around that aren't there at night, but then there's different ones at night. So
And you can use magic as human. You can use magic as a vampire.
Yes, and basically what they're trying to do
Okay.
is to not just have the time be an element of certain actions to take it forward, but also whether you're playing in day or night, quest lines play out completely
Yes.
differently because people are in different spots, their behaviors are different. This person may be asleep, so you can't talk to them.
Have
but
different
somebody else is there.
abilities.
Exactly.
Well, The Witcher 3 is my personal favorite game of all time. So, and this is former Witcher 3 developers working on this, and so much of that charm was prevalent there.
The music.
The music, just that soundtrack in the short little snippet we saw there, I felt it.
I love that simple separation between day and night and different things coming with your character.
That's got to be like the coolest part of it.
Yeah, because it's got to probably tailor to your gameplay of like, I got to wait to make this choice during the nighttime versus during the daytime where I can use certain abilities or different combat styles. I love that part of it.
And so I could foresee a run through, like a play style where you're playing only at night for missions. You're just doing stealthy vampire stuff, and you're eating people or you're drinking blood rather, not eating people. I don't know, maybe it's not away. But
Whatever
you know,
you want.
the dark run through versus like the light run through in the daytime, the vegan run through, the vegan run through, which has one of those vegan
Vegan sped run, Don Walker.
yeah, vegan achievements.
Sponsored by Beyond Meat. The fact that they revealed a little bit about more Brinsis the Overlord is also a system. He really talks a lot about systems that they have not spoke on yet at all and didn't with us.
Which I'm glad.
Edicts. As you go around the world trying to find your information, you can side with different people, and depending on what you do, you can make the Brensis quite upset. So he can start making laws and rules to stop you from progressing in a certain way.
I feel like for interviews with developers, they talk more about how they developed the style or the story for the game than the mechanics of the game. And I don't know if that's because they think the mechanics might be weak or people don't want to know, or they just don't know as the person speaking. You don't really hear about a mechanic being talked about in an interview unless it's like really impactful to the core bit of the game. Like for the Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor games, the main thing that was talked about was just the Nemesis system for mechanics. They didn't talk about any of the other stuffs. Shadow of War, when they added the RPG like armor differences, like the different armor things you could equip, they talked about it because that was a core system of the game. But they talked about it once. The one where you could change an entire citadel based off the faction. Had all these new different things for Nemesis systems. That's what they focused on more. The story was secondary to that because they were confident enough in the story and the mechanic to talk about both. Most of the time I feel like they know you're playing for the story and mechanics you either don't know or don't really care about because they're not that important, or you only talk about mechanics because you know nobody's playing for the story. You know? Valheim has a story. I don't think many people are playing for the story. Like Minecraft. Nobody's playing for the story of Minecraft. They're playing it for the mechanics and how the actual gameplay. So having both of them come up, because I've seen another interview with the Dawnwalker people about developing that vampire character. I'm glad they're talking about both because that means they're confident in both, which I'm glad to see.
I also like that Brensis as an antagonist is not just like pure evil, doing all sorts of horrible stuff. Like he is helping the people in some ways in order to, you know, get control of them, but he's like curing them of the plague. Like he offers them something they aren't getting elsewhere. So he's doing bad stuff, but there's nuance.
And that typically makes for really, really good stories.
Harder choices to be made,
perspective and never a clear-cut good or bad.
Yeah, because I bet you there's gonna be a moment where it's like you could stop it, like his influence in an area. That means they're gonna die of the plague. So it's like, do you let the bad guy do the thing that you're trying to stop him to do, or?
And it's also about perspective.
Mm-hmm.
These people were ruled by a very tyrannical leader before, so even though Brent is a vampire to them, he may as well
He's not as
be a
bad.
savior, right?
Project Shadowglass, Beautiful Light, prologue, go way back. By Player Unknown, is that? That's the PUBG guys. What are they? What? They're making story games now?
For the next section, we have
Deep
three,
World SA.
Again, I'm gonna have to not say incredible games every single time, but we have Prologue, Go Way Back from Player Unknown, Beautiful Light from Deep Worlds, and Project Shadowglass from Starhelm Studios.
Okay.
It's just an infinite map generator with some game loops on top of it. So you have a survival loop, which is pretty hard. Get to the weather tower, we give you a map and a compass and not much else. Some basic survival mechanics, and it's a game against yourself more than anything else and kind of the decisions you make. Then we also have just objective survive, which is just see how long you can last in the world, and free roam for those that just like a hike. The differentiator, or the thing that makes a difference, is that we can generate essentially infinite maps of 8x8 scale. Like, we have a map editor in the game and stuff like that, but we want to be able to give you the ability to give a deep link to someone, so I can just send you like a HTTP link that starts up the game, loads a map and a seed, and I can share stuff I've built with you with just a link, right? So it's kind of, Go Way Back is just, it's a technological experiment that, or proving some technology we've developed. It's no longer an experiment, it's in production, so it works. But it's also going back to my love of survival games and those kind of emergent, just, I'm not giving anyone missions to do, it's just get there, and how you get there is fully up to you. Basically, if you play the same seed, you get the same weather, I'm pretty sure you get the same cabin layout, and you maybe get the same loot. So you and 4 friends could technically race to the weather tower and see who gets there first, because you have the same conditions. And while we don't have multiplayer yet, you have this kind of asynchronous multiplayer that, as long as you can share the seed with people. And I thought, wouldn't that be a cool thing for events where you have 16 streamers and see how long they can survive in objective survive mode, right? Or see who can race to the weather tower quickest, or we can set up the weather just to get progressively colder and see who lasts the longest. There's a weather tower on top of one of the higher points on the map. It's generally the other side of the map. We do have prompts now that tell you what to do in the world, but yeah, there's some simple survival mechanics. Keep yourself warm, keep yourself dry, light fires, board up windows, keep your body in a good temperature, get across the map. And we don't tell you where you are on the map, except when you find a new map in the world and it updates your position, you're left for basic navigation. It's kind of set in the 80s, so you don't have digital GPS, stuff like that. I want to make sure that the worlds we're generating have enough depth that when we add story and mission and quest-based content, that the worlds feel like coherent and real enough that it makes sense. Like, I want to have pathing, I want to have like infrastructure, like telephone lines, this kind of stuff, so the cabins aren't just random cabins in the forest, that there seems to be some.
So it's a map generator.
Logical placement of stuff in the world. And once we have those in, then we can more easily go, well, okay, you need to connect all the substations to bring power to the weather tower so you can get a message or go and do various things. Right now, there's a bunch of cabins and there's survival mechanics, but we want to add a lot more depth to the environment. Preface is a tech demo. That I always said I wanted to release a free tech demo of the engine we're building, and that's what Preface is. And the kind of poetic thing is that my last game will be Preface, because it'll just be a visualization of what's possible with our engine at that time. And it's more like Minecraft Survival, that it's an example of what you can do with the engine, and it'll be open source and free for everyone, so you can do whatever you want. So having this kind of digital space, like an internet in 3D, I don't see anyone working towards that. I see small bubbles, but I don't see anyone really trying to do Earth-scale terrain with millions of people. And that's...
Okay. So... Wait a minute. Okay. A map generator that's open source. Dude. Jonah and people in chat, are you familiar with DayZ as a game and like Arma? And how PUBG came around? And how games spawn from being a mod for another game? For example, I think League of Legends and Dota, that MOBA genre, spawned from being a mod for World of Warcraft. Or not World of Warcraft, the MMO, but the single player, the RTS games. And the games that have spawned from Minecraft with mods now. Now you're having a game specifically developed for that purpose to be the launching pad for the next generation of new game ideas. We could see a new Rust, Gmod and Arma, and those big games that are just sandbox games. Revolutionized, I think, a lot of what game ideas people had and what they thought could be possible. This being a map generator, oh, this is perfect. This could either just be a map generator that nobody touches, or in like 7 years we get the next Skyrim type game because of this. That scale.
Kind of the bigger goal, and that's why we've broken it down into 3 games. The aim is that you should be able to do anything from 10 by 10 to 100 by 100 with 5v5 or 100v100 relatively easily and not have any problems. We will build maybe an Earth scale terrain, maybe smaller, with hopefully a network layer that supports millions of people. That will be kind of a survival civilization MMO type game, but again, that's...
Oh, please. An MMO Civ game? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Or even... Okay. The idea of New World, where you could just load into the game, every town or like region could be owned by a faction, and that faction, the economy of that little town was entirely player run. You either chose upgrades or you built the town up yourself, and you would have to protect it from sieges from other players and stuff. If that idea is the ground layer for a game, not what New World did, what New World was just like For Honor, but they wanted more systems. If that is the ground level for a game, they're going off of that, please. Give me that today. Please.
It's just one layer of the world. Like, I want you to be able to just jump around the world and see what's happening, because you should be able to, like, I think if you want to interact with the world, there should be a layer of survival you have to do, or a layer of gameplay in order to kind of leave your impression on the world.
I'm excited.
Quebec Charlie to Quebec Romeo Foxtrot. We got your location report.
Okay.
We are monitoring you in the operation zone. Good luck. Over.
Okay. Survival horror game. Was this PvP? Oh, you could be the monsters. Wait. It's an extraction shooter. My interest is gone immediately. Okay, 2 critiques. 1, extraction shooter. Those don't last very long. And it's another wave of them coming around, so you gotta fight against Marathon and now Arc Raiders as the main ones. Jonah, do you remember when Rhett was streaming the Game Awards, or one of the award shows recently, someone said detail slop? Or whatever, as like, or visual slop for a game because there was so much going on, and stuff was so detailed for seemingly kind of no reason. I'm seeing that more and more with some games. So like your little data pad thing here, right? Like this computer bit. Where you're doing things and it's just kind of doing all this stuff, which is good. It's set dressing, it's everything. That's cool. It doesn't really have a purpose though when the card just disappears. Like, look at his ARM tablet. Has your time, it has like all the useful info is good, but it looks like your tablet has a bunch of menus that you got to be switching through. They put a lot of details into some parts and then others just like if, okay. Left 4 Dead had a mode where you could play as the zombies and another group could play as survivors, right? If this was a game like that, I'd play that. Sure. If it was an extraction shooter where it's like, if I think an extraction shooter could be good if it's like you have a team of 4 people, right? As survivors. And then you have a team of like maybe 8 zombies that are like mutated zombies, and then there's just a horde of NPC lower level zombies that you have to fight through. And the point, you're just trying to get from one end of like an area to the other, but as you're going, you have to fight not only another player, but also like a dungeon crawler, but it's player versus player, where some players are creating the dungeon, and then another team has to go through, and as they go through, they get stronger. Like that type of gameplay as an extraction game, I think would be good. As opposed to, you are a spec ops military person going into a mutated uninhabitable zone, but also there's some rogue agents also in there. You must also take them out, and then get to the extraction point. Because that seems to be the only type of gameplay people, or the only game setting people want for an extraction game, is some kind of soldier POV. Give me a caveman extraction where you gotta get to a cave and close the door. They barely show you playing as the monster. Enter, secure, extract. I'm just immediately uninterested. Now this,
where pixels were once only 2D, now they're 3D.
Oh, I'm just with you. I'm Dominic John, the dev behind Project Shadowglass, a 3D pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sims like Thief and System Shock. This video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on some of the core systems in. No art, no assets will be generated by AI. This is all human-made, hand-placed, made by me and artists like me because we love what we do.
oh, we're gonna start seeing human. Okay. Those stickers on like clothing and food where it says like ethically sourced, ethically made, we're gonna start seeing like human sourced, human made on digital things now. Like photos and stock footage in games. That's cool. It's immersive.
If you have headphones, I would highly suggest wearing them. All the audio in Project Shadowglass is going to be 3D, and not just 3D, but simulated. The music emanating from this orb is going into the left ear and the right ear, but as I change the size of the space, you can hear the character of the sounds change.
Okay. Air absorption.
And if we go around the wall, we can still hear it coming from the opening in each ear.
That's cool. Seems like more of a tech demo than like a game.
The Shadowglass Discord today, so if you have any ideas or suggestions or just want to follow
I'm excited
along,
for this,
feel free
though.
to wishlist Project Shadowglass on Steam. I hope you enjoyed this sneak peek on how things are coming along. Thank you so much, all the crew at New Game Plus, for having me. Be well, my friends.
Okay.
To start with Prologue go way back, another survival game that we're seeing, and we were talking, it's a bare bones survival game where there is no common enemy. Your enemy is the elements, where you just have to try and survive and make it to that point. So if you guys don't know Brennan Green, he not only was behind the Battle Royale mode of H1Z1, which we talked a long time about, he was also the creator of PUBG. So people have a lot
H1Z1 came from DayZ, I believe.
of faith in him and what he calls his 10-year plan. And he talks about his ultimate goal being he wants 1 million players on a server. He wants the internet to be made 3D and for all of us to actually truly be able to play together. Which I know is a crazy transition from us talking about a survival game.
Player survival game?
Like we want to cover their survival game because I love survival games, and they're going to be branching out in this game for the next few years until they have multiplayer, until they have weapons, and they have PvE and animals to fight against. But it's also part of a much
also
bigger
a story. He mentioned they will be adding also a story to the
Things to
world.
do, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That's got to be like the most ambitious, one of the most ambitious projects out there right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy
What's
to
so
think
funny
about.
about him is that he's like, yeah, I want like millions of players to be playing together on like a gigantic map, but you know, not to undersell it.
Shoot for the stars, brother. Shoot for the stars.
No one's done that yet. Next game we talked about was
It's a
Beautiful
Ready
Light
Player One
by
type
Deep
thing.
Worlds SA. That's a PvPvE tactical extraction shooter. There are 6 3-person squads, and there's also a lot of anomalies and monsters and stuff that we saw in it. Looks like I'm gonna be scared.
It looks very scary.
I mean, I appreciated that it was very immersive. Like he had
Yes.
the sort of Pip-Boy looking thing over there.
Yeah.
And speaking of big words, I actually looked up what that's called. It's called diegetic UI.
Oh, did you say diegetic?
Diegetic.
Thinking the same.
Diegetic. Write that one
We're
down.
also thinking of that word.
But it's really, really cool in games like this, especially because it's like hyper immersive. There's no UI popping up being like, oh, attack incoming. It's just, no, you are in the
If there's voice chat or something, I wonder how immersive it is when I get called some word in Russian. I'm just kind of tired of extraction shooters and like battle royales. Like, it's immersive. I'm immersed. I'm a soldier. I'm fighting anomalies. And then I hear some voice behind a wall go, "Bliet." I'm like, oh, right. Either I'm about to have the same reaction, "Bliet," or I'm going down. Like, it's cool. It looks cool. If I can play as the monster, whatever, cool. I'm just so tired of extractions, man.
moment, you're in the game, listen around you, look at the thing on the character itself. I love that.
So you can play as a monster,
Yeah.
or
Oh,
as
really?
You can play both.
or as the soldier. Is there controller support?
I don't know. Great question.
Duality, she just threw up in her mouth.
I have nothing against controllers, but I believe there's a right time for mouse and keyboard and a right time for keyboards. And he believes that the right time for a controller is when you're playing shooter games. It's obviously better. The mouse and keyboard is better for that, but not for him.
I would edit my own YouTube videos with a controller. if I
Yeah, he
could.
said
All
that.
right.
That's how passionate I am.
Which is a patently insane thing to say.
Yeah, then we have Project Shadow Glass.
Voxel art. I really enjoyed the
This is Starhelm Studios. It's an immersive sim. We've all seen it. I think it went viral from that AI post. There was like an AI post that looked just like it, and then he was like, "I'm making a game like this. It's not AI."
I looked up the video because he has a YouTube channel where you can actually see kind of behind the scenes. And when that clip of the AI generated art went viral, he saw it and thought like, I didn't think anybody wanted this. I was just like, it was a fun side project. And then he saw people wanted it and thought it looked awesome, and he put it out, but it's real.
Well, we talked about it earlier. There's a desire for stuff like that. Yeah. More simplicity, kind of retro feel.
It feels like the game is still like learning what it wants to be. Like he's working on the graphics, the basics, the music, and as like they have a bow and an arrow, and hopefully as they work on the project, they start feeling what it will grow to be, what kind of game it will develop itself into.
Yeah, my understanding is right now it is just Project Shadow Glass, and then it's going to eventually become like a video game, but right now it's just kind of proof of concept that the art works, the crazy math behind it works, and like it can grow to a game, but it's certainly very, very
Well, I wish him nothing but success.
Yeah, he seems like a...
The last one, the Shadow Glass, the pixelated one, and the map generator, seem like the best tech demos for gaming advancements we've seen in like a while. Like one that has that kind of pixelated voxel art style, but the sound tech of which, to be fair, that sound has been done other ways, but being done by a small team, I think showing how that's done will help progress that part. And then the map generator, having the goal of 1 million people on a server. Jonah, we had 10 people, like 10 or 12 people testing out that Minecraft server. And it was kind of fucky. 1 million at once, brother. You need like, I don't even know what infrastructure you would need server-wise for that. You need like, you need a computer stuck in a steam geyser for the cooling or something. I don't know, man. Like, you need insane infrastructure for that.
Because it seems like
Awesome,
I just
dude.
love a good passion project. You can tell there's a lot of heart in that.
And I feel like I initially, like everyone else, why I went so viral, I got attached to that same artwork, but then when he further explains and shows you some concepts that you weren't expecting out of a game with that artwork or that design, when he's showing that you said the R6 lean in there. And you,
Oh yeah, that
and
threw me off. The little bow
Yeah, it's like,
behind. I was
whoa.
like, is that a Rainbow Six
You threw that,
Siege?
you threw that in there, and then of course they got the wall grapple, and then with the whole audio design as well. I mean, I'm definitely.
I remember seeing that clip that went viral. I remember seeing it. I was like, wow, that looks incredible. Like walking up to the castle.
Aphelion, The Expanse, Distant Shore. Made by Distant Shore. Self-titled.
This section we have 3 what I would consider kind of sci-fi games a little bit, but
Okay.
we have Aphelion from Don't Nod, which we have an incredible look behind the scenes of the music with the composer themselves, as well
Okay.
as The Expanse Osiris Reborn from Owlcat, if you're familiar with The Expanse, super exciting, and also Distant Shores, Brittany.
That looks like Prey.
My name is Amin Bouafa. I'm a film music composer, and I am the composer for Aphelion, the video
Okay.
game. I remember having a message from Talal saying that he loved the score of Summit of the Gods, and they are working in a new video game, and inviting me to come to the studio and to meet the team. It was very important for me to understand how the music would be interactive. So how to compose, how to write music that would be interactive, with models, with stems, with separating the different elements, and at the same time, how could the music, how the structure of the music would be an evolving structure. It was very important for me first to have the story of Ariane and Thomas, like that the log line is the story, both of them. So there is a theme that conveys this emotional relationship between them. And then the frozen aspect of the music. I mean, for me, it was very important first to feel the cold in the music, to feel the wind, to feel the ice. It's an aspect
Interesting.
that had been invented by the Bachet brothers in the mid-20th century. For me, it looks like an alien instrument. When you see it, cannot even predict that it's a musical instrument. To play the instrument, you need to get your hands in water, and then rub crystal buttons that are in this metal structure. Could convey this frozen identity of the score, and at the same time having this magical sense of in the score.
Okay. Holy. That's... breaking the stream, but also
There is
alien water theremin into centuries old massive church organ. It must be wild to make the soundtrack for a game, because there's so much more you have to think about than making a soundtrack for a movie. Like, where do you even find... How do you find out about this instrument that you need to, like, with wet hands, stroke glass to make music? Which I'm assuming is the music you're hearing in the background.
in water, and then rub crystal buttons that are in this metal structure could convey this frozen identity of the score, and at the same time having this magical sense of in the score.
Like, that music, I'm assuming, is that this organ. 180.
There is a sacred feeling also to this planet. It's a huge planet, but I wanted to get this huge instrument and that it could also play very soft. The organ has a lot of sounds. It could be very soft, it could be very aggressive, it could be large, it could be intimate. For me, it's the planet. The planet could be very welcoming and suddenly very, how to say, very dangerous and very sacred at the same time. So
Okay.
I thought that the organ could be this, could give this majestuous feeling to the score. I'm so happy to write the music for
Interesting.
It's the first time for me to write a video game.
I don't think I've
score.
seen...
And it's a lot of fun and a lot of passion.
I don't think I've seen a game use a church organ from an actual church organ in a cathedral for a soundtrack before. Oh. Okay. John Wick in space.
We had some discussions at the early stages of the production, to be honest, whether to go fully class system or something else. And again, we started with sitting down
No,
and lining
please.
up what are possible ways that the player might perceive the game, the power fantasies, how he can express himself.
I'm seeing that character art in the background and I hear crossplay or cross-platform. Please, please don't be an extraction type thing. Please, I beg you.
In combat, so he might want to be a sniper, might want to be a hacker, maybe an engineer, something else. As we designed those playstyles, we thought how to mix it up a bit, how to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game. So, for example, when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we shown in the announcement trailer, even if he's a sniper, he might want to experiment with that. Why not? It fits the universe, it fits the playstyle. He might want to see how it works, and so we decided why not to give him the possibility to do that. That was the idea behind the playstyle. So playstyle is basically the starting preset that kind of gently guides you towards the certain direction of your power fantasy of how you play the game. At some point, the player will need to commit to his choices. So again, it's an important part of the choices system. You know, if you just can switch everything on the fly, that kind of makes your choices less important. So at some point you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give you some time to experiment, but you will need to commit. During the character creation, you will have to choose between three major factions. Your origin, so you'll be either
What's an MMO?
or Earther or Martian. Facial customization, appearance, you can choose your body type.
So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with different type of origin that you would create. You will have your sibling with the same identical one. They will look a little bit different because they're their own person. They have their own personality. These events are set during the first 3 books, I think. You will start on Eris and witness basically the events from a different angle, and this part will be to some degree shown in your character creation.
Every companion should belong somewhere in the universe, and they have their own background, consisting of their faction and their acquaintance. They have some background story, their own struggles. All this stuff will influence how they perceive the situations player encounters. So in every major plot event, they will have their opinions. They might hint you towards some decisions. They might provide you some assistance, or maybe even some crucial contacts to go for help, for advice, for military support, maybe. Of course, they will have their own stories, their own struggles, and you can choose to help them, or maybe to ignore their own stories, totally depending on how you want to be invested in this particular companion. The choices you make for those companions also will matter in long term.
Yep, some of them will have romances, and you can see on our background companions.
Perfect,
We cannot
thank
say
you.
who is going to have romance, but there will definitely be romance in our game.
It's a small crew on the small ship. You know, the Expanse, it's a universe where everyone flies in very tight spaces for a very long time. So there is a dynamics in the crew as well. We have a few layers of the combat system. First of all, it's obviously the gunplay. A few classes of weapons that you can use, and mostly you do it from the covers, so it's a cover-based gunplay game. And the second layer of the combat system is that's your abilities. That they might be more like offensive ones, maybe something like a grenade or a shoulder cannon, or maybe something more defensive like a shield, or maybe a protective drone. A lot of gadgets that you can choose from depending on your play style. And as Julia mentioned, there are some play styles that are mostly focused on using your gadgets rather than using your weapons. Third layer, but still very important, that's obviously your companions. They have their
It's a story game.
Combat. They have what we call combat opportunities. That's particular situations when you can order your companion to use an exploit in the arena, in the environment, to gain a certain advantage in combat. We decided against the management, the gameplay part of the survival stuff. So you won't be counting your gallons of reaction mass or how much water you need to recycle before it dries out, nothing like that. But still, the Expanse universe is very dangerous. So in terms of narrative, the survival will be a part of the game. You will have a tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of very dangerous situations that you will have to get out somehow. There will be a lot of survival in terms of your player experience, just not as a particular mechanic. You will be able to fly around the solar system. Nice. You will be able to visit various planets. We mentioned it before that we have Luna, Mars, Ceres, Io, and some other cool places to visit. And some of those places will be like major social hubs where you can just walk around, meet other people, drink at the bar, shop for better equipment and stuff like that. So you will have plenty of places to go and to visit and to look at. The Expanse universe is cruel, and some characters might die. because of your choices. Stay
I'm-
tuned for more, and we will show more very soon. Have something cooking. I hope you will like it.
I'm confused on what type of game that is.
Welcome back, Aaron. We trust your flight was smooth.
Okay.
We have landed you on the outskirts of Genyak Island.
On a beach, of course.
Hey, Aaron, it's Thomas. You know, your brother. You said you would visit me here, but you never did. Look, bygones be bygones. Just find me in the West Zone. I'll be waiting.
Okay.
Sometimes I dream about what's under the ocean. A distant shore, waiting to be explored.
Okay. This looks very... disorienting. It's a lot like Portal. You know? Seems like you have some control because stuff is like warping. Oh, and combat? The last one, I have no clue what kind of game it is. This is interesting. There's more and more games coming out that I don't know if I'll ever play them.
It's a wonderful way to be free.
A lot of these kind of seem more tech demo-ish than
Let's
game.
start with
you know.
My understanding is it's a dual protagonist game, so you'll actually be swapping back and forth as they sort of work together. And I'm sure there's parts where you're separated, parts where maybe you're together, working together.
Very emotional story.
There's so much potential for stories like that. The dual protagonists, seeing
feel
it
like-
converge in the end.
You know it's going to be an emotional game, especially when they put so much emphasis in the music. I
Yep.
feel like
Oh.
music is a tool to
Little gremlin gone.
catalyst emotions, so it's definitely something that
We were actually talking about that earlier today. Music and video, and not just video games, and art in general, and media.
Good music changes a
changes
game
everything.
from a game being a good game to a memorable game, a game that will stick with you in a long time. So.
Well, and Donut has a pretty storied background when it comes to narrative games, whether it's like Life is Strange or like one of my old school favorites, Vampire. Like they try different stuff, weird stuff even sometimes, and so this is exciting to see them doing something
They were
different.
using the super alien music instrument, so.
Yeah. What was it called? Is that
A Crystal Bachette.
Crystal Bachette.
Oh, you're talking about the hand wedding one?
Yeah.
You're really into this hand. That's like the only
I
thing
kind
you
of want
took
to
away.
try it, honestly.
I mean,
How do you discover that technique of like, oh, that makes that, yes.
that this is an award-winning composer of the Summit of the Gods as well. So what I find super impressive is just, I feel like people sleep on music so much in games, and then you see behind the scenes of this entire, like, they're in a famous church in Paris playing the organ.
Actually has been a blast to see video game music evolve during the years. Like, video games has some great music, like
It's one of those things, when it's working, you like a lot of time you don't think about it. When music is really good
all
in a
you're
game,
thinking
you
about.
don't really think about it. But then when it's exceptional, like an Expedition or like the Witcher vibes, you know, then you really remember it. But a lot of the games you play, you probably don't look up the soundtrack, even though the game is pretty good, you know?
Ironically, my Spotify rap this year was like mostly video game scores. I think there's often correlation though whenever a developer does take the music very seriously in a game. It often reflects.
I'm sure
in
they're taking other parts
It
also.
reflects in every other. I mean, think about it. All the games that have, like, you think about the games with the best scores ever, like you just said, The Witcher 3 or whatever. I mean, it correlates to everything else. Every other aspect of the game, they take it seriously. So.
Another sci-fi game that is probably one of the most anticipated sci-fi games for a very long time is The Expanse: Osiris Reborn, which is from Owlcat as well. It is a third-person action RPG, obviously set in the Expanse universe.
The Expanse is a book and a show, so they're taking inspiration from both, but at the same time, it doesn't require previous knowledge of either for you to be able to enjoy this. In this game, you're going to be living more or less through what happens in the show. However, from a different perspective, from a different side, with your own group of people, with your own environment, that you got to make your own choices.
I think an important thing to frame all of the Expanse game with is that coming from Owlcat, they are a studio that did like Rogue Trader, for example. Their bread and butter is intense, gritty narratives with unbelievable levels of roleplay depth and choice and consequence, complex systems that interweave. And so seeing them go into this, which is of course a third-person cover-based shooter with many, many RPG mechanics. It's a different road. And I asked them about that in our interview and was like, how did this happen? Because typically they do sort of an isometric thing. And they just said when we decided we wanted to tackle the Expanse, it required that cinematic flair, and that's what they tackled. And they're doing a phenomenal job.
I want to
The
know
game looks beautiful.
It looks very interesting.
if
it
it's
looks
an
kinda like
MMO or
Dead
something.
Space meets Gears of War,
It's
kind
more
of
like Mass
gameplay-wise. It
Effect,
did. Or, yeah, Mass Effect as well.
The choice and the reputation you have with your companions will change, because your companions, they told us, will disagree with some of the
It's
stuff
just-
you do. They'll get upset or
They will have their
pissed
own
about it.
opinions.
They'll have their own opinions, and they also, one interesting tidbit they mentioned was that when you are making choices in the game, they're not necessarily going to tell you if that was a big moment, if that what you just said to them is going to seriously affect this thing over here. It will, but that's all behind the scenes.
Their game was Distant Shore, Brittany. This is what went viral as almost a portal with magnets, and I think it looks like a lot of fun.
It's such a unique concept. I could see it being big time.
You know,
Like,
it's
it
one of
really
those
is.
games like you didn't know you wanted, but then you see it, you're like, oh, that looks like it
Who
tickles
doesn't
a
like
part of my brain.
magnets?
Yeah.
Like we've seen
very
versions of it before, but with everything it combines, because it makes everyone think of a different game when you see it. Because we've heard Half-Life, we've heard Portal. I thought of Only Up during some parts of it.
Yeah, it had Only Up.
And other
I thought
puzzle-
Mirror's Edge a little bit with like
Yeah.
the parkouring, wall moving stuff.
See, it makes us think of so many different things at once. So I think it's gonna do.
Just
really well.
watching some of that gameplay, I could see the rage already.
Oh yeah, the boss.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
not
that-
happening.
Well, and I
Do you think, Jonah, do you think Rhett is gonna play that one? The Magnet Portal? Oh. I can see the broken monitor from here. The controller Mach 3 into the ground.
I think it's also really
I can
cool
see
that
it.
they have boss mechanics because, like, you can tell it started with the idea of using magnets to like manipulate the environment, but then they're like, okay, well, we could raise the stakes, take it up a notch with these boss fights that are organic in the space. And
It also mixes up because it's not just a puzzle game, so there is more to
Yeah.
it and more that you.
Yeah, there's a world that he even showed as well.
It's more than just a puzzle game. Like there's a narrative behind it.
Exactly. Like they could have just stopped with puzzle game. I think a lot of people would have been perfectly
I'm
happy
excited
with that.
to-
But then they go and build on that with a story about
I'm excited more to see other people's reaction playing it than playing it myself.
boss fights, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, if it's not just reach a destination or do a final thing, but it's actually a narrative, like you said, that's really cool.
I think it's one to keep an eye on. Yeah.
Next up, we have two very exciting updates coming from Obsidian, that being some updates for Avowed as well as Grounded 2. We also got exclusive
Speaking
time
of
with them
Avowed.
and had some interviews, which were very exciting.
Avowed is a Obsidian first-person action RPG set in the world of Pillars of Eternity, where the player plays as an envoy sent by the Emperor of Adir to the Living Lands to investigate a mysterious plague that's kind of spreading throughout the lands, causing chaos, and you play as the envoy trying to figure out what's kind of going on down there. Do things that affect it in positive ways, negative ways, or in between type of ways, with that type of choice and consequence. In terms of, the post-launch things we've been supporting on it, like we've gotten a bunch of abilities added to the Ranger and Fighter trees to kind of more fill it out comparatively
Okay.
to the Wizard tree. Aspects about it that are like Arachnophobia mode, that was like a big community requested feature, as well as, changes to progression, improvements there, gear improvements, and as well as bug fixes and crash fixes.
And you can play now as the different species.
Yeah, we've added different species.
Yeah.
All the Amauin, Orlins, and Dwarves are now playable. A lot of our decisions we make are
That-
revolving around the player community, so we work, really closely with our community management team. We get like a spreadsheet, kind of see what the things that are bubbling to the top. Like an example, like quarterstaff was something where just we wanted to feel like more like a wizard, right? That kind of wizardy vibe, as well as playing as Orlins. Like I think players just were bummed that we didn't include that in the base game. So I mean, it really.
Why wouldn't you? That's... Imagine Skyrim is the direct, comparison to this, right? Imagine only being able to play as a human in Skyrim. Not an Argonian, or Khajiit, or, any of the other races. None of the elves. Or in a Star Wars game, only being able to play human. And just go around. Why would you not add... Some of the main things I remember about Avowed, I never played it, granted, but what people talked about and stuff. In Skyrim, because Bethesda and Obsidian, obviously direct comparison. You go into a city in Skyrim and the NPCs have a life. They move around, they talk to each other, they talk to you, they do stuff. In Avowed, they stand still. The characters don't move, they don't talk to each other, they don't talk to you. And not having the other races be playable day one is such a loss. Even if I don't want to play as Furby, whatever like the furry little guys are, still, I'd like the option. Jonah, you played Avowed. How was it? What did you like about the game most, and what did you dislike about it the most? Or anyone else in chat who has played it? Because every time I've seen someone play it or talk about it, it's been kind of a letdown. Has it not been? That's such a weird
It comes
choice.
down to like the time and what the community wants, and that's kind of how we decide to go about it. Yeah.
We noticed like players really.
The start was so slow, I stopped. He said, so they said like, they have a spreadsheet of what the community wants the most. And that's good that you're listening to the community. Good thing. I like it. Good choice. However, why did you need the community to tell you to put the other races in? That's like a standard in every game with multiple NPC races of just, they should be there. Which, you know, big RPGs, right? You have, like I said, Elder Scrolls stuff, Skyrim, Star Wars, things like that. Imagine playing SWTOR, but you can only be a human, like, smuggler. That's not an MMO then, you're typecasting. Or if you're just a human in Star Wars. Or just a Nord in Skyrim. Not an Argonian, a Khajiit, the elves, like... Well, that should be a no-brainer. Put that in by default. Or like Pokemon. You can only use the normal type Pokemon. You see that big dragon flying off though? That Dragonite? Not for you. But if you really want it, we can make it available for you to catch. Why do you have to wait? The one with like the quarterstaff, they want it to feel more wizardy. Fair. That's a good idea. Maybe quarterstaff was just a martial thing, but maybe you can also do it for wizard stuff. Good idea. You know, you kind of... Maybe it was just wands or something, but a quarterstaff isn't just magic. Good idea. That's a good thing. But like... Dude, the most obvious thing you don't put in?
Vibe, as well as playing as Orlins. Like, I think players just were bummed that we didn't include that in the base game. So I mean, it really comes down to like the time and what the community wants, and that's kind of how we decide to go about it. Yeah.
Oh, so when you say base game, are you saying base game because there's DLC now, and now it's added in the DLC, or base game like this is an update that's come to it? Because if you're saying base game because you've added this feature into the DLC, so you need to buy the DLC to play the races, fuck off. If it's an update, cool, but I never hear base game explained as updates. It's like day one. Base game is usually in reference to a DLC has come out with it with the feature.
We noticed like players really roleplay their characters in the game.
Players really roleplay their characters in the game. You are it. What do you mean you noticed? Your tag is roleplay. Yeah, we noticed D&D players really roleplay their characters. Really? Oh. that's... Yeah, I would hope so.
Go about it. Yeah.
We notice like players really roleplay their characters in the game, so we always want to give them as many options as we can to like customize their features or character, you know, to kind of have this fantasy in this world as they journey through the story. We just wanted to give them as many possible options as they can to really make the character they want to make and just make it just their own. Stuff like all the playable races, we discussed it early on and about. It's something to both previous Pillars games had. It's a lot of work and a difficult thing to really nail down, especially in Avowed with its parkour systems and its combat mechanics and all the weapon types and stuff like that in the game. Our different races are different sizes, they're different shapes, they're a very unique game experience when you play as each one of them in a first-person game specifically.
Okay, Skyrim gets around this because if you played Skyrim, there are no short races. But still, you should have thought of this from the beginning of like, just going, it's too much work, and it's hard to do whatever. As a player, I don't care. You say you want to give me as many options as possible, but you limit me to like, I don't know how many races were in the base game. I'm assuming just one. If you're saying they couldn't play as the others. If you tell me you didn't want to do this because it's hard, I'm like, oh well. This is what I want. You say you want to give me as much customization as possible, yet you only give me one option? Order anything off the menu, as long as it's a burger. But you can have whatever side you want, as long as it's fries. What? That's not... Yeah, I can make a burger look however I want. What if I don't want a burger? What if I want a dwarf? What the fuck?
So it was something like new to Wrangle for Avowed. We had no time to finish it as we're making Avowed, and now we can give it to the players, so it's a more rounded experience compared to the original Pillars games. It should be a whole new way to play the game. If you pick an Orlin or an Amawa, it makes you feel completely different in the world, especially if you use third person or first person. It changes it again, how you feel and present in this game, so it's pretty awesome that we can finally bring that.
New Game Plus allows the
What will change? NPCs will have their stats increase.
The player to bring over all their abilities, all their equipable gear. It does reset it back to level 1, so it's not like you're just outright OP basically, but you know, you'll have the end game gear with all its like enchants to be able to just start the new game, as well as we have like modifiers on enemies that kind of, you know, either make them more resistant to some of the elemental types, or, you know, modifiers that make them more resistant to being stun locked or hit reacted. And that kind of gets sprinkled in kind of somewhat randomly throughout that New Game Plus experience to kind of get that added challenge, but also let the player still feel somewhat like they're accumulating their abilities over the course of multiple playthroughs. So.
We notice players like to take photos of their envoys, but it's very difficult in the game. You have to get the camera just right to get a certain distance from the character, or capture the shot in a conversation when you see your character. So this allows you to really get into it and capture some awesome shots or some scary shots, depending which way you're going.
We're super excited to announce that Avowed's finally going to come out to PS5. Pre-orders are...
It wasn't out on a PS5 yet? Oh, wait, no. Obsidian is a Xbox... Okay, Xbox exclusive NPC type thing. Okay, no, that does make sense. Never mind. I was gonna say, you made this for PS4? What are you doing? No, never mind.
Today, you know, keep an eye out on our socials, and we'll announce when the store page is open.
This is the game I said, the NPCs, your characters, you don't build any relationship with your companions. from what I've been told and heard. So that's where my example of maybe a little romance or even just a friendship relationship type mechanic could improve. If you didn't even put the other races as playable, I have no reason to believe you'd put any kind of relationship type thing in the game. That's wild. Is that a ladybug
Rim
mortar?
2 is a survival game. It is set in a gigantic city park. You play as a teenager who has been shrunken to roughly the size of an ant, and you just have to survive in this environment with, insects that are the size of a bus, and figuring out how to eat and get some water and fight those bugs and craft new materials and new weapons. As you go and gain in power and get over those initial survival challenges, you can sort of get into the story of what has really happened in this park. A number of huge updates planned for the park. This is the first big content update that we have. We've been calling it the winter update. It's really about adding in this next big chunk to the park, and that comes with a lot of things that are very, very exciting for us. With this winter update, which is the community garden, is attached right to that early picnic area. On the map, it's just to the east of it, behind the gigantic statue of Tully and Burgle. This was our opportunity to really start delving into a brand new biome with everything that entailed. You've got a vegetable garden, you've got a greenhouse, and you've got a pumpkin patch. All of these introduce a lot of new and different types of artwork and places for the player to explore. And then, of course, we need all the insects that go in these areas too. And so a ton of new insects that are in there. As I love to say, all of these insects, you can fight. Maybe they're docile and you can attack them. Many of them are aggressive and will attack you. And regardless, you fight them, learn their tactics, and then eventually turn them into fashionable attire and new weapons.
Is Grounded good? The idea of turning bugs into specific armor and weapons from that bug feels kind of Monster Hunter-ish. How do you play Grounded? I thought Grounded was like Ark. Is it not? This feels kind of more Monster Hunter-ish, but bugged. Maybe Grounded 1 was like Ark, and this is like not? Holy mobile delay? What just happened? Like, what did I just say? Hi, Maple. Maple has arrived. KW was sent like 5 minutes ago.
Going to a new biome, a new area in the park allows us to fully lean into what makes the park unique from the backyard. And for us, that means that mixture of really organic structures as well as that man-made touch, that this was designed by humans at, human level.
Wasps are coming back, which are a lot of fun to fight, but can be kind of annoying. Again, this is a survival game, so so excited about those things coming back.
A fire wasp?
Black ants are also coming back too. And like with both of those, you get sets of armor and different weapons that you can craft after you've defeated these creatures. We're more excited about the new creatures that are coming in the garden update, though. So we developed a brand new creature in the cricket. The cricket is pretty big. Again, this is the size of a large bus, probably. It has some very unique attack combinations that are a lot of fun. It can also, of course, jump very, very far. It has its own armor sets. It has its own weapon or weapons that you can craft based upon it. And then the same thing for earwig. We actually have two different types of earwig. There's sort of a ranged earwig and a melee earwig that tend to travel around together to thwart the player with their strategic opportunities. Again, you can turn those into armor, of course, turn them into your base furnishings. You can turn them into weapons. and we think they'll offer some exciting and unique combat opportunities.
We really want Grounded 1 players to be excited to see these creatures again, but also to be surprised and delighted by the changes. Just like we did in the picnic area, we've revamped the combat. So that means even looking at the old legacy creatures and going, okay, how do we make them a part of the system? How do we make them challenging in this new dance? How can we leverage our systems to make them more interesting? And so hopefully there's a couple of twists coming, even with the old favorites, that will keep veteran players on their toes and will surprise and delight new players.
We have a brand new buggy, the Ladybug buggy, which you'll be able to get
There's a gun on it.
And raise and hatch.
Okay,
and
so
ride
it is
around
like
in the
a
yard. And we're pretty excited about all that.
like an
stuff.
arc type
So I
thing.
think all of it is coming together just really well.
I think every single Grounded player from Grounded 1 at some point jumped on the Ladybug and let it transport them around. And we often joke that that was the original buggy prototype. And there's something so iconic about the Ladybug and getting on it and wanting to ride it that it felt like an inevitability for us. But what's important for us whenever we do introduce a new buggy is we don't want it to just be another one or just a horse, And so it really boiled down to what can the Ladybuggy bring to the table that the other ones weren't? What can make her stand apart and bring a utility and an experience to the player that the other buggies aren't? How can we carve out her own little niche in the game? If she's the tank, she's the one who can get into those really tough fights and withstand those large swarms of insects. And that's where the idea of the water cannon on her back and players being able to shoot at their enemies, and that ended up providing a ton of gameplay opportunities and a really unique experience. Being able to shoot down the aerial insects that are often a bit more challenging and a bit more frustrating for players. Well, now you have this ranged weapon that you can take them down with that feels super satisfying, almost like an anti-air gun. For us, as soon as we crack that, it felt like, okay, there she is. That's her niche. And now it's just about bringing that experience to life and finding moments in the garden experience.
Maple's trying to get in my way.
That and let that shine for the
Hi.
player.
Yes, I see you, Furball. What's up?
So we saw Avowed, great interview that you did over there. We see now that we have New Game Plus coming. There's a photo mode, new weapon type, changing appearance. There's new character presets. You got new races, which
species.
I'm sure, Lua will have a lot of fun with.
Yeah, they're doing a lot, and I mean the game, of course, launched earlier this year. Obsidian's been very busy, yeah, and they're doing these free updates now, and so they also are adding New Game Plus.
Don't call it a free update. They'll think there's. If you call them adding races a free update, that should just be an update. Don't say free, because then they'll think they can do paid ones. Don't start saying stuff like that, please. Don't set that trend.
Which adds a whole new reason for you to go back through the game. So the game is coming to PS5.
Yay! We got another one.
We got it.
Avowed Platinum Trophy was insane.
Here we go. Yeah, yeah, but it's coming, and it's available for pre-order as of this show going live. So right now, so check it out. And when I talked to them, they were saying how important the community is to them, how they've listened to a lot of their feedback, like adding arachnophobia mode on Grounded.
I was gonna say, Luke, if I'm scared of spiders, what do I do?
Yeah, there's arachnophobia mode. But they that's kind of their driving force, is looking at the community, what the community is saying, communicating. They're like, hey, we'd like more species and more customization options in Character Builder. Okay, we'll do that. And it's just really nice to see them do that. They could put it in a paid package, but they're not. They're just, it's a labor of love, and that's.
I really like how, as you're going to a New Game Plus.
I don't like how he's saying, I'm glad it's for free. That should have been in the base game. It shouldn't require an update. It should have been a free update. Glad it is. It shouldn't have needed to be like an update in the first place, though. And saying it could have been a paid package, but it's a labor of love. Bare minimum. Them not putting pickles on my burger is a labor of love at this point, man. That's just something that should be in a role-play medieval game with multiple races, is you should be able to play as those races. Unless there's some narrative otherwise. like when I play through Baldur's, there's some races I can't play as. Narratively, they have their reasons. Otherwise, I can play as a gnome or as an elf or a Githyanki. Right? So normally I disagree with Rhett on the No Man's Sky thing of like, yeah, you did a bunch of free updates, but your initial release was still bad, so I'm gonna hold that as your reputation in my mind forever. I disagree with that. But for the part where he's like, yeah, this should have been in the base game, I'm not gonna applaud you for adding it later. That's how I'm gonna be with Avowed. That feature should have been stock. And one of those guys going, we noticed people like to roleplay their characters, so we've added more customization issues. You're a roleplay game. You built it as such. You should know that's what they're going to want to do, because you have decades to look at other games deciding. Again, Skyrim, Elder Scrolls Online, Morrowind, like Elder Scrolls 4. Fallout. Fallout only has humans as a race. You have ghouls, and in 76 now you can turn into a ghoul. But like, you have plenty of other games where you should have looked at, hey, we're a role-playing game with multiple races for NPCs. Our players at some point are going to want to play that. It's like World of Warcraft. Imagine being a human in World of Warcraft, and that's the only thing you can play as a human. Not the dwarves, not the elves, not any of the other races. Not the undead. Or in Star Wars, only being a human. Do you know how boring it would be to only be a human in Star Wars? Unless there was a narrative reason, like it's a single-player story game with a set character. It's like, yeah, we thought about it, but it was too hard. Okay. And womp womp. Well, adding a short character is hard, makes it hard to do combat against a short character versus a taller character. Just have it be short character. Have your head be decided. Tall character, have your head be decided. Tell the enemy, aim for the head hitbox. That enemy now aims at the head hitbox. Cool. Combat should not be hard for that if you can set like a hitbox thing per race. If there's no height slider. Head should be here, aim for head. The only hard part for races should be, like they said, the parkour. If you're a dwarf, maybe you can get into a smaller spot than a taller race can. That's the only time I can be like, okay, you know what? Fair. You didn't want to have to design puzzles and stuff that is almost mandatory to be a certain race to decide it easier. But combat? Really? You swing a hammer. Why does it matter what eye level you swing at? If I'm hitting someone in the knee or the chest cavity with a sledgehammer, it's going to cause damage regardless. Can I help you, people? You want outside? What is the door? It's so dumb.
Because you can also change your character's appearance, so you keep some of your skills and stuff, but if you are tired of how your character looks or you want to do something new, try a different race, you can do that by just going to New Game Plus. You don't need to go back to the beginning.
Besides that, we also had Grounded 2, which is bringing the Garden of Brook Hollow Park that is now going to be open, so it's a new biome, they have new creatures, new tools, a new mushroom brick material that you can build more stuff with, and also a new ladybug buggy. A ladybuggy.
A ladybuggy.
So sweet.
For those of you watching, it's a play on words.
Allow me to explain.
Ladybug E because you can mount it and ride it like a buggy.
Yeah, and speaking to listening community, they also take a lot
Oh.
of feedback. This is a game that launched back into early access back in July, and so this is a major winter update is what they're calling it, and it was heavily requested to have more types of transport, which they are still planning more for the future that people can be excited about, but they always listen to feedback about, you know, should an insect be an enemy? Should an insect be what they call, you know, is it docile or docile? I'm from Iowa.
Whatever you
Tomato,
prefer.
tomato.
Yeah,
I'm from Iowa? What
Different
is that?
insects can be friendly, some can be enemies, and then of course they can also treat them.
Snake is... Dude, where's Snakes? He's from Iowa. Or... I don't know, one of the I states. He should know. W accent.
Now is transport as well.
You looked at Luke when you asked.
Well, I'm not looking at you. And so with this update, they're doing this throughout a lot of the timeline. Like they're gonna give you a lot of these big updates, and you're gonna be kind of surprised of like when it first released early access, there was still plenty to do. It was a survival game, but if you were a fan of Grounded, the original, you knew they were still gonna have a great winter update for you like this. And so they have a lot on their roadmap, but because of the way the game is oddly like scaled down, you know, it's from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like the way it's shrunk down, they have so much they still
That
want
is not
to do
his
and will be
username.
doing for a long, long time.
Well, and that cricket.
Yeah,
in
the cricket
game,
thing looks
that thing's
terrifying.
horrifying. It turns around and like.
You're like, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing?
I gotta give them credit. Like Obsidian's been so crazy busy.
lay
Like, the
down.
fact that you can put out two
I'll lay
pretty
down right now, it's
sizable
okay.
games in 1 year and a bunch of updates for it.
And it seemed like they were cooking something huge, right? Because
Yeah, they just had Tim Kaine come back out of retirement. He's one of the creators of Fallout back in the day, and he
didn't he also was some of the original creators of Vampire Bloodlines?
I think you did.
I
work
think
on
so.
it,
Yeah,
Yes.
he's kind of a legend of the industry. He in 2020 went and started doing consulting work with Obsidian, but he was, in his words, semi-retired. But he's actually gone back to Obsidian to work full-time in office, moved to the studio on some project that's unannounced, and he said, "Don't bother guessing. You will not guess it." So, new IP.
New IP.
Something
Okay.
crazy. Who knows? But
Oh.
they are
Or he's
busy.
trying to throw
Someone's
us
at my...
off.
It's hard.
Someone's at my door, chat. Give me a second. Oh, never mind. Somebody else got there first.
Hard to not see like hope at least for Fallout stuff
Yeah.
because
TV
you
show.
know the TV show being excellent and everyone itching for more Fallout. So
Next up, we have 3 fantasy RPG games that are looking very cool, as I would say. This is going to be Outward 2 from Nine Dots Studio, a follow-up to their other survival game, Outward, obviously. We have Varen's Call by Titan Rock, and then we also have Dragon Twin by Draconic Interactive.
Dragon Twin. Okay. Eh.
Outward is an open world RPG, which for once you're not some kind of special superhero or the last child from a prophecy. You're just a dude or a dudette. And the reason why we
I'm kind of already turned off from this game. Not because I want to be some superhero or some chosen one, but just kind of how they're vocalizing. You're not just some whatever, you're just a dude or a dudette. Okay, I'm just some guy. Cool. Okay. You're not the last person you race. Alright. Trying to be different. Some games where it's like you're just a dude in a bad spot. Those are good stories. Or it's like you're just a dude, but you're doing the same thing as the chosen one. There's no difference. There is no difference at all. It's a boring... It's like the Splitgate guy going up being like, I want to make games great again. I want to make shooters great again. And then you release your game a third time to 3 people and no one plays it.
we are downscaling who the player is because they want to be immersed more than they want to be powerful. And that was the big change in our approach, and we made all of our design decisions to be in alignment with this vision. If you were just a regular person and you wanted to think like a human would, but in a fantasy world, it's when you are aloof, when you're just like, that's not so dangerous, I've done it before, and that's when life just snaps back at you, right? In real life, that's like that. It should be like that in the design as well. So one gigantic thing is the character creation.
It is an open world survival game. Does it matter if I'm a chosen one or not? When I play Conan the Barbarian or like Ark, I'm just some nameless guy, just some dude. But I'm doing the same thing as the chosen one. What the fuck does it matter? It's such a pointless distinction.
Like, we had very ugly protagonists. And we didn't have a lot of options. You know, you had like 3 skin colors, a handful of faces, a handful of haircuts, and that was it. It feels like really drawing yourself into an RPG. You choose a background, you choose traits, you have a very granular system to modify and customize your character to your liking. One of the big thing is you choose one of 3 starting locations. So as a regular person, what justifies throwing yourself into danger? How do you become an adventurer? Well, we have 3 different quests, depending on which city you choose. So if you are in Simeon's Bastion, you are a homeless person, you're desperate. In Tramontane, you are a miner and you're trying to like improve your status and your quality of life. In Haboob, you are just a clerk who just bought a house. What could possibly go wrong? You know? And
Haboob. That's it.
And very mundane situations, like
Lol.
not special or anything, but something special happens to you, and then you have to live up to the situation.
Okay. You're not special, but something special happens to you. That's being a chosen one, is that not? Is that not like Luke Skywalker? He's just some guy. Then some homeless guy gives him a lightsaber and says, yeah, your dad's trying to like rule the universe. Is that not? Chosen one isn't always like the stars aligned on this day and you were born because a laser shot from the planets down and put a lightning bolt on your forehead. It's like, yeah, you're just some guy. Sorry, you're in a shitty situation. Here's a magic artifact. Here's the thing. You're just a dude, you're not the chosen one. But you're doing the same things as the chosen one, so you might as well be. Fuck is the point?
Weather system that is very dynamic. So now we have a year-long calendar with seasons, and you just go through all that. So it's gonna be winter, and then it's spring, and then summer, and does change. Like what kind of stuff can be found, what kind of armor you need to wear. Dual wielding is gigantic. So now you can combine anything that goes in one hand, and that opens up a lot of possibilities. In Outward 1, like you had your offhand could only have a set amount of things, and you had your main hand. Now you can just interchange. You can have 2 shields if you want. It sucks. I don't recommend, but you can. Of course, like just visually, and the fact that it's much more lush, it's more filled, it's more visually vibrant. That's going to be something that people will notice very quickly. Just like in Outward 1, we have 8 skill trees, and all those skill trees have some exclusive skills. So if you take one, you can't take the other, and you have a maximum of 3 breakthrough points. So there's only 3 skill trees that you can learn from to the maximum of the capabilities. Otherwise, you only have like the first few layers of skills available.
Okay.
One thing we added are the attribute points, the core stats. So strength, agility, constitution, willpower, intelligence. We added those. We're gonna track a lot of different things that you do. They're all gonna have like different thresholds. So let's say you dodge attacks successfully a certain number of times, you unlock a note that will give you a passive trait and increase your agility. So very small incremental changes. We start with very simple things, and it expands us in more and more circles. So you won't be able from the very start to unlock all 3 skill trees just because you have the cash to do it. you will have to have experience. You will need to have practiced the life of danger in Ori to be able to understand, like get to the next level of the skill trees. Other than that, well, I think it's important to note that all 4 regions are new regions, so it's really just completely new environment to explore.
Today we're going to be taking a deep dive into our upcoming action RPG, Varen's Call. The world of Leda is entirely shrouded by darkness on one side, while scorched by endless sun on the other. These incredibly hostile areas are known as the Forsaken Realms, which, as you may have noticed, is the name of the universe we are meticulously crafting. Your first steps within the Forsaken Realms will take you to the Vale of Varen, a city on the brink of collapse, and the first of our narrative-focused adventures. You'll step into the boots of a lone mercenary, seeking to answer Varen's call for aid, and maybe earn some gold and glory along the way. It's clear that Varen needs a hero, and every hero...
This game needs a hero. I think we know who to call. This game looks okay. The combat feels a little light. Swinging around a big-ass sword and you're not really having much resistance. Countless fantastical beasts.
Fantastical beasts they'll encounter.
Did you just shit? What the fuck?
And every hero needs a way to slay the
Oh, he threw the potion down. Drank the potion, and then I saw the... I thought he took his shit mid-fight. I thought he just wiggled his pant leg and it slid out. Fuck.
Encounter. Varen's Call aims to cater to a wide range of playstyles, offering you the freedom to combat the unknown in a variety of ways. Whether you prefer to be a nimble-footed archer, flinging fireballs between arrows, or face your foes toe-to-toe as an axe-wielding whirlwind of death, the choice is yours. The game's classless system means you're never locked into playing a specific way. You have the ability to adapt, alter, or completely switch playstyles midway through your adventure.
Okay.
Unlock and spend perk points to obtain new skills and abilities, and level up your mercenary's core stats by gaining character experience. Hidden chests throughout the world will reward you with a range of weapons, armor, and unique trinkets, some providing unique effects to help you gain an edge in your next combat encounter. The local hamlet of South Vale acts as a hub, a safe space that provides various amenities for you to further develop your character. Use the Forge to upgrade the weapons and armor you find throughout the world, and the Dismantling Bench to deconstruct items for materials. The spell crafting table can be used to increase the power of your magic. Everything from an area of effect freeze attack that stops the enemy in their tracks, to ripping up the ground from underneath their feet with destructive force. Use the Trap Making Bench to upgrade and unlock new traps and gadgets.
Okay.
A nice complement to your arsenal, allowing you the opportunity to catch your enemies off guard. And finally, the Alchemy Cauldron. This can be used to custom brew a multitude of mixtures, from replenishing health and restoring stamina to curing yourself of nasty status effects. These concoctions are sure to aid you on your journey. Okay, great. So you've equipped that shiny new helmet, purchased that slightly overpriced magic spell you always had your eyes on, and upgraded that new Polybuster barrel to the volatile variant that has even more boom. You're ready to get back into the fight, but maybe you want a change of pace. Yes, you're supposed to be the hero and save the city, but heroes need breaks too.
Kind of bored.
Besides, there's a whole world to explore, and quirky characters from all walks of life need your help with their problems.
Then you've come about the job.
You might find yourself involved in a murder mystery, helping a local peacekeeper catch the criminal behind the death of her beloved friend. Or maybe you're on a mission to rid Varen of the Gnomi scourge that plagues the city, all because a crazy guy in an outhouse called you a hero?
I know the truth!
Maybe we should stick to the main task at hand after all. Varen's Call is soon to release on PC with full controller support, with the aim of releasing on consoles at a later date. Our game is inspired by classics like Fable and The Elder Scrolls, so if this sounds like your kind of adventure, consider heading over to Steam and adding it to your wishlist to stay up to date with us. Until then, we'll see you mercenaries soon.
And that's cool. Not very interested though. Okay. Dragon Twin is an epic fantasy dragon riding game in early development. Goal is to create the ultimate Dragon Rider experience. Create your dragon, take to the skies, ride into battle, and command armies on the back of your fiery flying friend. But you're playing the dragon, where's the rider? Dragon riding game, ride into battle, where's the rider? Oh wait. I see the rider. Riders are right there. They just blend in entirely. Focus at this stage is on the tech and systems needed to bring the concept to life at an unprecedented level of fidelity. I got a weird feeling I'm going to see videos about this game over the next year or two, but they're not going to be development videos. There's going to be something going on behind the scenes, I feel. Full scope for the game will become more clear over time as it depends on future funding. Is this a Kickstarter? Is this a Kickstarter game? Future funding, this game's never coming out. And if it does, it won't be anything like this trailer. I want to be wrong, but Grand Vision is a MNB inspired kingdom builder. Mountain Blade kingdom builder, but the core concept can easily be adapted to smaller scope variants. So you haven't even narrowed down a vision of the game yet, you just have Dragonflight. Okay. Your character on the dragon has a giant battle axe, but you fight with the dragon instead of you as a human on the back. Or as whatever on the back with the axe. Access demos available to Patreon supporters. It's a Kickstarter. If this does see the light of day, it's gonna be like, yeah, I don't work there anymore because I worked 23 hours a day. Current focus is on a flight system, more features being added in the future as they get ready for testing. This is gonna turn into a How to Train Your Dragon game over anything. First mod I'm gonna see is Toothless. Extensive dragon creator. The furries are gonna get to this game. Or scalies. Or whatever. I can't imagine being like a Dark Ages peasant, and then some chud dragon burns down my village with a guy on back that never hops off. Do you need... Okay. I think I would scrap the dragon creator and just have like a hatching system for dragons. If you're going for like, if you are going for like a kingdom builder, put like maybe a breeding or hatching system in the game for dragons instead of just a character creator for dragons. That might be better. Because this... Like, this is cool, but I feel like some games put a character creator in because the devs don't want to do it. The same way with, like, Bethesda, like, pretty quickly with their games has modding support planned, or, like, almost ready. It's like they have a bunch of ideas, they just don't want to implement, so they just let the community do it. Like, you could pre-make a dragon. Or let the community do it and then just run with that. Also, the dragon didn't... Was that for, like, posing, or... DragonTwin.com. DragonTwin.com. Oh no. Chat. Look. Why is it so blocked off? They have a lot of this stuff based around a dragon, but I get they're getting the dragon done first. This website does not give me the greatest hopes. I still also feel like if you're doing like this, one of your first things as a character creator for dragons, you just don't want to make a dragon yourself, you're letting people do it for you. Dragon creator in progress. Character armor customization in progress. Face and body customization on hold. Okay. Fire and destruction. Okay, cool. Dude, you are gonna need like a NASA computer on this. Currently exploring how far we can push this while maintaining reasonable frame rates. I gotta get new RAM for this, man. Our GPU-powered Battletech is ready to be shown. This is gonna blow up computers. Sieges, battles are in planning phase. The Lair. You find a hideout at the start of the game which acts as a base of operations throughout their adventure. Starts out as an empty cave that gets progressively upgraded into their own stronghold. Okay, cool. First look, Q3, Q4 2025. Well, that's a little... Okay. we've passed that point. So, strategic mode. Planning phase not on the horizon anytime soon. It is many years away. Will initially be on PC with possible console ports post-release, if PC is successful. It will be a classic premium title, not free to play, although the price has not been determined. Will there be a free public demo? Yes, either in conjunction with a larger crowdfunding campaign, e.g. Kickstarter, or sometime before the Steam release, most likely both. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Draconic Interactive. This is your only game. And your contact is for your head. Okay. People I follow it. Alright. Jeff Keighley follows it. Your last update's from April. Dude, holy. Their Patreon has 18,000 members. They make $17,000 a month. Their last update was 3 days ago. Here, look at this. Almost 19,000 members. $17,500 a month. Why are you not updating your Twitter at all? What?
First question I had was, how hard is this game going to be? Because the most common question about the original Outward was, okay, this is like, does it have to be so hard?
I actually got to play the game in the alpha version, and I got my ass kicked.
I'm glad.
Deserved.
But it's actually amazing. Like, I actually really enjoyed it because exploring this game felt very rewarding, and there's like a camping system, so you can camp like right outside like the enemy zone, and then you prepare like your weapons and everything to wreck the enemy, because if you don't prepare, oh, you're in trouble.
It's known to be a very, very hardcore survival, and when I was talking to Guillaume, he was like, if you die, it is likely your fault. And we all heard him say, like, it's not hard, but it is demanding, and they always at all times want to live up to those words, which is really awesome. And they will have a pack mule, which he said, of course, shocker, can die if you don't take care of it.
Of course.
But it's, one of the big struggles was with inventory and spacing along other struggles that players had to really try and, play out this game. Like you were saying earlier, you can't dilly-dally in this game. You have to really know what you're going to do, and eventually you'll get a hang of things. But another big one was dual wielding. So you can dual wield, he says, anything in the game. You can even double shield it up, which he says is not recommended.
You can attack with the shield. It's super cool.
He really loves to stress all of these niche things.
Yeah, there's a lot of
like you can sprain your ankle, you can perforate a lung.
Trauma.
She has clearly sprained. You can sprain her.
I also got brain damage.
You can have a concussion. It will all impact you, and all these ailments like take different lengths of time to recover from.
I got a concussion in game as well. It was really tough.
As well.
What were you doing? What were you doing out of game?
It was kind. No. It was just kind of like a play on, because whenever I told people I got a concussion, brain damaging in game. A lot of people in my chat would say like in game.
Sounds like the most hardcore of hardcore survivals.
It was really fun, and you can also play with friends, and then things become a lot more bearable.
They've showed the split screen.
Yes,
and it
you
looks
can play
awesome.
split screen with your friends, and it's really nice. Especially because then, like, you get beaten up, and then your friends get beaten up. So, and then you know.
can get digital concussions together.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Forsaken Realms, Baron's Call. We were all sitting here saying it looks incredible.
It looks sick.
Most importantly, controller support. I can play that one.
I was trying to put my finger on what like the vibe was, and at the very end of the trailer, they say inspired by games like Fable. They really struck an interesting vibe. It seems like it's got a lot of soul and heart in it.
We've talked about music a lot today. I just want to say that was something I noticed right there. That flute, there's something about a flute. When a flute starts playing,
When the
in a
flute
fantasy
started,
game,
yeah,
dude.
When the flute started playing, he was like, "Oh my god,
I'm ready to go to war."
No, the game looks really nice. It looks very well detailed, and I can't wait to try it.
They angled it that like, hey, you can do this thing. You can really focus on combat and the main quest line, the main story, but this is also an expansive world where there are a bunch of little side stories where you can go to these individual side characters and like help them catch their chicken.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
murder mystery or whatever it is. And I feel like that's what builds out a world and makes it feel more full. So I think it looks great. Third, we had Dragon Twin. I don't even know if we're.
Let's ride!
Dude, you can
I
make
don't-
your own dragon. There's a character creator for your dragon.
Did you see the neck customizer? I mean, like Jake was like.
To be fair, is very.
The dragon customizer's cool. But like that's all you have right now. Your last public update was April. Okay. And your major showcases you were supposed to show like a month or two ago? Brother, I don't know if this is... Also, small team of developers making $17,500 a month. What do you mean you need more funding? What are you planning to do? It looks pretty good for what you got for a small team. And you've had over a year of development, so... It's not like a lot of money, but if it's one person owns the company, surely you can put a little more in, you know?
Very early in production, they're working on all these systems for Dragonflight, and as they mentioned in the trailer, it's still a work in progress. They're like finding the game and what it's gonna be based on funding, Patreon support, things like that. But I mean, just like imagining the vision of a kingdom builder where like you're in command of dragons like Khaleesi, like inject that into my veins. It's another one of those games I didn't know I needed or wanted, but
Never even came across your mind. You're like, wait a second.
so you see and you're like, of course.
Of course I need that.
I can't wait to see how it progresses because it already looks amazing.
But they left the combat pretty open-ended. Like we saw some battle scenes, we saw some light with other dragons maybe fighting, and how that's going to come into play. I'm really curious
The
about.
movement, I mean, you're gonna get some Battlefield pilots.
The
It's so cinematic,
The cinematic
man,
shots you're going to get with that dragon is going to be crazy.
Next up, we have some exclusive content coming from Munfish, a comparison of the twins from Atomic Heart, now in the cube, a very exciting game I think we're all looking forward to. And for Atomic Heart, some new screenshots from their DLC number 4. On top of that, there is also Immortal Gates of Pyre that we had an incredible interview with that Jake hosted, where we talk a little bit about the making of the game, the people behind it, and RTS in general.
Okay. Cool music change.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube. I can still barely believe it myself. When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness. How did the whole of humanity miss it? And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself? What if it was always there, and we've only just started to see it?
Apparently this is an MMO. Alright. Jonah, chat, do you remember the game The First Descendant? The one with that rabbit biker that just shouts, or... I know it was allowed on Twitch, but every time I looked at one of the female characters, I was worried I could get banned just because of what they were showing. That game is it's dying, if not pretty much dead already, because it's just a goon game that's like Destiny gameplay, but oh, the female characters, you know, they just got their cheeks out. Like, nobody plays the male characters. I get the feeling it's gonna be like this. The one male character we see is dressed up as like your standard soldier, right?
I didn't even see it. You know?
Chat, count with me. How many female characters do you see that aren't wearing some like $5 premium store outfit that's meant to be played with one hand?
A terrible sense of my own powerlessness. How did the whole of humanity miss it? And did we actually
Standard
miss it?
soldiers.
What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself? What if it was always there,
All right.
we've only just started to see it?
Shot under the skirt shot. Great for the trailer. So that's 2 now, by the way. The character again, so you can slide to see the cheeks. There's a bunny suit, it looks like. So that's 3. There's 4. There's the one male, I'm assuming, player character. There's 2, guy in the orange skull mask. Or again. Oh, there's 5. Yeah, no, this game... I know why people would play this game. And I don't know if it's gonna last too long. Because First Descendant put everything they had into the female characters, and then the grind was absolutely abysmal. It was just made to sell goon skins. Atomic Heart, I have heard nothing about that game apart from, dude, it's really good, stuff looks really cool. Also, the twins are super, 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 super hot. That's like all I've heard. I've heard nothing about gunplay, none of the mechanics, nothing specific about the world, just, it's like Fallout, but Russian. It's always about the twins. Those 2 robotic characters. This is going to be the exact same shit. There's going to be nothing I hear about it apart from like, dude, the characters are kind of hot. Also, the guns are cool and things look cool. But those characters, those skins, dude, ooh. Gun customization, that's cool. Like, you reused a boss fight. Is that really a selling point? You reused a boss fight? You just reskinned a... Brother. That's just a reskinned boss fight. Why would you put that in the trailer? Hey, you liked it the first time. Now she can sit on your face a second.
So Immortal Gates of Pyre is an attempt to modernize and make more accessible the RTS genre while simultaneously keeping all of the complexity and the opportunities for mastery that have made RTS so popular over the years. So it's I would refer to it as a Blizzard style RTS, the fast action, big battles, very tactical, kind of very rapid fire chess. We realized that RTS, in part because it was dominated by a few big players, never really went through the kind of indie transformational experimentation. Some of the companies that tried to do so did so by stripping away features or losing some of the things that really made RTS great. In the early days, we surveyed a lot of players in both MOBA and RTS communities, and found that they really loved the fantasy of commanding an army. RTS, at the end of the day, if you were to strip it all away, is just you're commanding an army, another guy's commanding an army in real time.
Yeah.
Right? Because you get individual unit control, it can be very overwhelming, and because you're also building those units, because you're building a base, because you're having to do so much macroing along with the microing simultaneously, that for most players it just gets overwhelming and complicated. And so we worked through it kind of line by line, trying to figure out what are the rote tasks, what are the things that players are required to do
new RTS.
that are not really decisions, that are more just chores, right? And how do we make more and more of the complexity in the game, but optional, opt-in. We refer to it as opt-in complexity. And then simultaneously, how do we create a world and experiences and game modes that people want to be a part of? We want to take this genre and show people this genre isn't dead. People want this fantasy, they want this experience. A lot of it has to do with things like the UI and the UX, the unit design, and a lot of that opt-in complexity. So for example, in most RTSs, you always have to be building workers. If you're not building workers, you're falling behind on your economy and you're screwed. The correct move, with very few exceptions, is to build a worker every chance you get. So we made that automated, but have a toggle. If you want it turned off, you can. So if you're trying to do a specific timing attack, you can, but we took that complexity away. One of the other things is how in MOBAs you have a unified command card, right? All of the abilities and castable abilities on your hero are easy to reach. You can hit all of those buttons very quickly on one hand.
Okay.
We redesigned the UI UX to be the same way. So you can select your whole army with one button by default, and then all of the abilities, castable abilities of your army are also on that one unified command card. One of the things that people often tell us is that when they watch our game, it looks like an RTS, but when they play it, it almost plays more like a MOBA in terms of how they're commanding their army. Our early idea was if we bring the top, 10 modders within generally the strategy gaming space, if we bring them all together and we say, if we were to come together and build a game that truly is the next generation of RTS, what does it look like? And that's what we set out to do.
A game by the people for the people. More games need to do this. Fallout does this, kind of with the mods they do. They will take big modders in the space and have them make paid versions of the mods that some revenue goes to the modder. More game companies just need to look at who's big in the space and bring them on, because obviously those modders also know something, and sometimes the modders know the game better than the devs. They know the little tweaks and things. We need to see more shit like this.
1v1 or
More good
2v2
stuff.
PvP experiences, they're similar to StarCraft or a StarCraft 2. You know, maps. We did redesign the maps and we redesigned the mechanics in a way that 2v2 is actually really fun. It's a core support gameplay mode. And players, including pro players, have actually really enjoyed doing 2v2 tournaments. But the ultimate goal is to destroy the enemy's town centers, and so it's kind of a tactical back and forth with counters and strategic snipings and using immortal abilities in clever ways. So it's great for mastery and laddering and skill gain. Ultimately, at least the goal, is to have other PvP modes that are more casual or more playful, kind of some chaos modes, auto battler modes, things like that, where if you just have 10 minutes and you want to have a beer while doing it, and you want to do something that's a bit strategic, but you don't want to get that sweaty, we want to have those experiences too. That's a big part of the target market that we're looking at, is people that like to be challenged mentally, but don't necessarily want to try to do the crazy APM and don't want to get too invested in the competition. We want to do a full grand campaign. The inspiration for how we kind of want, or how we see the ideal campaign, if we can build it, is very similar to Dark Crusade. It's a grand campaign. You can be kind of any of these different factions and conquering territory and building new and unique stories.
Okay.
One of the better trailers that I think we all saw back around SGF last
Not
year.
a new trailer that we're showing with this. Of course, the twin comparison is new, which is very cool to see the twins for the first time in this universe, if you like Atomic Heart. But the trailer itself for the Cube, nothing new.
The potential for that game is like unmatched. It is crazy.
They're right. It has great potential, and the gun system looks good, and it sounds cool. But when so many of the shots of your player character is an upskirt, or you walking away or towards the camera just showing your crotch, or just a skin I know is going to be like $5 to $15, I'm kind of concerned on where the focus is going for development. I'm down to have hot characters, but I don't want the game to suffer because of it. It has great potential. But they chose those shots for a reason. They know what they're doing. And that one, their major draw is it's the same world, art style, also hot character. I don't even know what type of game it is. I just know it's an MMO. I don't know if it's like a Destiny game, if it's a extraction shooter game. I don't know what type of game it is. I just know at least partially where some of the priorities are.
So good at cinematics, and also just like the concept of playing a game like that with the map constantly changing, the biomes changing. It like breaks my brain to think about, but in a fun way. I think.
Like different terrains, different weather.
Yeah. They show that sliding clip where she's sliding, and then as the cube is apparently rotating, we don't know how that mechanic even works with the
Well, I'm
map.
assuming you can fall off. Like if you fall
You would
off the
think,
map,
right?
you just like that's. I'm sure you're
Or get
dead.
crushed.
And they've taken so many gameplay mechanics already. We saw from that short trailer. You saw wall running. You saw just like traditional gunplay.
The other cool part to me is that it is set in a universe that people have already been a part of.
The world of Atomic Heart's very interesting.
Can you
as well.
explain it a little bit?
It's kind of like it is Soviet Russia in an alternate timeline where they've mastered robotics, but then there's like evil robots.
And in terms of vibe, it's kind of like Soviet Bioshock. And it's a vibe.
That's a good way to put it.
And what's interesting is that from the original game Atomic Heart, one of the primary things people loved about it were like the boss fights, and then like the outdoor environments and the art direction. And that is just the cube And then they're adding in this multiplayer component as well with like, it seems like PvE elements with bosses that you'll fight against together as the cube rotates. I can't wait to find out more.
I love how open-ended they are. Mundfish is like, we are all curious because we don't know the exact direction they're going and where it could end up. And I was trying to pinpoint like what game I was looking at, because we are gonna flow into Atomic Heart, and I love that tie between those worlds. But I honestly saw a piece of like the finals and the first destructibility and cube movement we saw when the finals first released. There was something about that aesthetic that I also saw, and I was like, okay, now I'm instantly locked back into this.
The DLCs people love. There's already Atomic Heart 1 and 2. This is their 4th and final DLC for Atomic Heart. And when we saw the trailer, we saw the screenshots, it adds new environments and it looks good.
Yeah.
You know? Then the third game on our list with that one was Immortal Gates of Pyre by Sunspear. Jake, you had a great conversation with Ian.
My boy Ian. It's a game that's been in development for a long time.
Oh.
We're gonna probably talk about how it's a group of modders, and so they've hired a lot of modders, and they have that DNA for this game and a lot of the concepts they want to plan out for the future. They've had hands on this for almost 10 years, but they've been working hard on it for about 5, is what they would tell you. And they really want to try and combat, as we all know, like the RTS genre is really hard to get into because
high barrier of entry.
I agree, because it's like you see these games and you know RTS games and you're like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to work on micro, macro, and all those movements per second and whatnot. And they want to try and combat the pillars that have already established themselves in the RTS genre. We know Age of Empires, but we also know StarCraft is the one that people kind of go to. And he was saying they've had these games in the genre that blew up so early on that it's been hard for companies like this to make a new RTS and survive and branch out and be somewhat unique to what we already have kind of attached to.
I do like that they're kind of emphasizing accessibility, because I think it is pretty intimidating for new players. That's why a lot of people don't want to, are kind of turned off by RTS. It's just so overwhelming to look at.
It's awesome. I'm one of the people who haven't played RTS because I don't want to go against Sweaty Joe, who's been playing this his entire life. I have no.
He lives.
Yeah, I don't have any clue how to do it.
I live for micro, macro movements.
This is cool. And then you can have the sweaty experience if you want, or you can have the experience where you just sit at home and have a beer.
I did when he said that. I was like, that's my guy.
Exactly.
My vibe.
This game was made for.
But I do want to really support him, and when it comes to cracking through whatever the current the current stereotype in that genre is, they're trying to innovate, they're trying to do things differently. And one last thing, they're very, very community focused. So like a lot of the devs we've spoken to, they love their community, they found their diehards, and it really has shaped the project. And so I hope we see it in the near future.
Next up, we have what I'm calling kind of a Western section. We have some new footage from the game X-Killer. That's going to be Paradox Studio. There's Far, Far West.
Dude,
from
we're
Evil
halfway
Raptor,
done with this?
And Erosion from Plot Twist.
We have another hour and a half.
Welcome to the world of Exekiller. We are Kasia and Amadeus, the creators of the game.
And this is Gameplay Overview. Exekiller is a first-person action-adventure game that encourages exploration, rewards curiosity,
and never holds your hand.
You play as Denzel Phoenix, an Exekiller, a corporate bounty hunter.
Exekillers hunt down fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
One of the game's main hubs is the Tower, a massive fortress city ruled by the Hellion Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade your gear, and prepare for missions.
Job well done, contract fulfilled.
The game is structured in chapters, and almost everyone begins and ends in the tower.
Outside the tower lies a harsh, scorched desert. You travel through it in a heavily modified car, designed to protect you from extreme conditions, such as heat and radiation. Inside the vehicle, you have access to your computer, storage, and a working radio.
From your...
Okay. This looks good.
Survival is core part of the experience.
Inventory space is limited, and every item matters, forcing players to make careful decisions about what to carry and what to leave behind.
Hellion's high-tech systems allow you to hack devices, pick locks, and access restricted areas.
Okay.
Your cybernetic implants help you uncover hidden elements and investigate the environment. Missions and level design are fully non-linear. There's no single way to complete a contract. Stealth, dialogue, and combat are all valid approaches and can be freely combined.
In Exekiller, every decision matters.
What's it gonna be? Plata or muerte?
Wishlist Exekiller on Steam.
Hi everyone, Robert here from Fireshine Games. I am the Senior Product Manager for Far Far West, developed by the incredible 6-person team at Evil Raptor.
More friend slop. Let's go, Jonah.
Far West is a 1-to-4 player co-op PvE first-person shooter where you play as robot cowboys in a weird western world. Work together to kill bosses, collect bounties, and cleanse the lands of the evil enemy invaders. Today, I'm going to talk you through a short, single-round session of Far Far West. Here, we're exploring the Far Far West hometown, an evolving space where you can upgrade your weapons, spells, and characters. Once the team is geared up and ready to go, we can pick the bounty we want to hunt and drop into the game. Now that we have dropped into the map, it is time to head to our first objective. We can travel around the map much faster with the use of our trusty horses, which you can summon with the press of a button. When fighting enemies, I can use different firearms and a variety of spells to do damage or heal myself and teammates. Spells and
Some of these co-op games don't seem like they have much replayability after like the first few weeks of it being out. Stuff like this, though, I can see this lasting a while. Like trying to, like, this is something that'll last a bit. I'm
guns
hoping.
can also be comboed together to make their effects more powerful, spread their damage further, or even create new spells. To summon this boss, we need to do the obvious. Launch a nuke at its nest. So let's get this rocket loaded with explosives and shoot it into the sky. When playing co-op, you have to work together as a team to complete the objectives and defend yourself from enemy attacks. Right now, we're throwing sticks of dynamite to my teammate for him to put in the rocket, of which he is actually only catching a few. While carrying out objectives, you will attract the attention of the enemy hordes, who will try and stop you. Now we have the rocket all powered up, let's launch it at the boss nest to really make it angry. This bounty is far from over. Now we have to take the beast down. Let's summon the boss and get this party started. We won and the boss is dead, but we aren't safe yet. So let's get to the station to get the last train out of town.
Okay.
When the train is called, we have to stay alive for its arrival, which
It's
is
kinda like,
easier said than done when the whole of the Far West wants you dead.
The speed of the gameplay kind of looks like a Megabonk was multiplayer. Like a fast-paced game like this. What was the name of this one again? I want to check on Steam.
We made it out alive. Well, some of us. Which means we get to keep the resources we found along the way. These will allow us to upgrade our characters even more and be stronger for the next bounty. This was just one simple game of Far Far West. There are multiple
Far
bosses,
West.
maps, objectives, weapons, spells, upgrades, and cosmetics, all unlockable through play. You can play the playtest with your friends right now.
Oh. Steam page says it's similar to Destiny 2 and Helldivers. Just because of co-op.
As a parent, you've got one job. Protect your family.
Oh.
Whatever happens, you do it or die trying. But even if you kick the bucket, you don't stay dead for long.
You reminded me of that this morning. My father, he looked on by. He passed on to the next life. Oh.
Okay. Looks
First
cool.
up, we saw X Killer. That's coming from Paradox Studio. It's kind of, I mean, the vibes look great to me. It was reminding me a little bit, you disagreed, but like a cyberpunk in the wild.
No,
in the
I
West.
just see it. I just see it.
And the animation work was crazy good, like the world building.
I think the way it's described is a post-apocalyptic Western-style FPS with a bounty hunter vibe. And so we even saw in the trailer they were picking up bounties. It kind of reminds me of Fallout as well.
Yeah,
a little bit,
of Fallout in there.
So I think it looks like a lot of fun. That could be a new kind of like staple in those types of games, to me at least.
Yeah, it's a great combination. I mean, it looks fantastic. Like, it's
The
stunning.
animation-
It's coming from such a small
Sci-fi
Yeah.
cowboy, I'm in.
Yeah, done.
Say
Easy
less.
peasy.
Then we had Far Far West coming from Evil Raptor,
Just easy
Western
sell.
action shooter project. The way I've been describing it, to be honest with you, is Western Sea of Thieves. There's a lot of depth there. It looks like that's not a bad comparison. Sea of Thieves was very fun to me.
What if Sea of Thieves but cowboys, basically?
Well, it's that, but also with specific hunts and like bounties. We're going out and doing boss fights with each other.
It seems very teamwork based too. Like you saw a clip there where they were fighting the boss on the ground and one of them was up top and your teammate threw the dynamite up, caught it, planted it. Looks really cool.
Third on this list, another Western. This game is pretty mind-blowing. I think we're all on the same page for that.
The art
was
style is
Erosion.
divine.
I could see this one being like
This is gonna be a big one.
yeah,
This is
a big one.
Well, like the most compelling aspect of it to me is the time passing affecting not just the world that you're exploring, but also like, literally your daughter. She grows older every death that happens.
I think it's
a
a
decade goes
yeah.
past.
So the worse you are at the game.
If you die 20 times, like she's not gonna
She
be
dead.
there when you get there. You're gonna be talking to a gravestone. But it's just a very captivating art style, like you
It's also
mentioned.
open world.
Open world roguelike. Yes.
We're gonna have people that are gonna want to go deathless runs of this. I hope that maybe there's a glimpse of hope of like if you have a deathless run or maybe a one
That's
death
like
run,
the true ending or something.
there's a
That's-
happy ending. But
Yeah.
I imagine that most other endings are not gonna be so happy, or
Yeah.
at least a bit sadder.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah,
It looks
exciting.
really good.
We're gonna see a lot from that game.
For sure.
Division 2. Oh, let's see how that goes. Surely it'll
Next
be
up,
good.
we have a very exciting section for people who like competitive games, shooter games. We have an awesome interview that Jake did with the executive producer of the Division franchise. We also have Alpha Response, a game coming from the original creator of Counter-Strike, Min Lee, or Gooseman, whatever you know him as, Last Man Sitting from Pixel Pizza, and Sand Raiders of Sophie by Polygriff.
If you imagine a real world location, the most important city in the United States, Washington, D.C., completely ravaged by a pandemic and struck by the strongest, worst blizzard of all time. And you are going to have to survive and extract the most valuable resources. And of course, that leads us to survivors. So what are we doing? Like, we can't rest on our laurels, our 10-year-old laurels from survival. So we're reimagining it. We're bringing this snowstorm, this weather change to Washington, D.C. And that's something that you've never seen in Washington, D.C. We're going to transform the entire map. We're thinking about it in a very different way, with innovations that haven't been seen yet. There's a focus on this to make it such a different feeling experience from the core Division 2 experience. I think we've got something super, super promising here. Survivors is developed with Magnus Jensen, who is the original Division 1 creative director. So this is a guy who lives and breathes the Division. He's so excited about jumping into this type of game mode again. And there is a hint in the title of something that we're going to be doing really differently from everybody else. We always develop with a player in mind, with player types in mind. And I think here we have to acknowledge that
Is that a companion?
The Division 2 has a large player base of passionate gamers. And one of the
SteamDB. Division 2. Large player base, 3,000 people.
the things that we want to do is really...
They let problems and bugs sit in this game for years without doing anything. They only care to fix things when it comes with a price tag.
We lean into the sort of comfort game of the Division 2. People are happy to jump in, know their way around the controller, know their way around the map. They know how to play this game. So we're going to take that and subvert it a little bit and change the map and make sure that the weather has an impact on you, which it doesn't have in Division 2. So there are lots of little things that we're doing to surprise our core audience. Veteran players, they're going to be surprised. All of these locations that they know by heart, they're going to be transformed. So the Division 3 is in production, right? This is not a secret. It's been announced. It's shaping up to be a monster. I can't really say anything more than that, but this is within these walls in Massive. We are working extremely hard on something that I think will be as big an impact as Division 1 was. There's a team in Paris working on this, and they're putting the final touches on a mobile execution of the promise of Division 1. So, Division 1, New York, pandemic strikes, take back New York. This is a brand new story with mechanics that are really fine-tuned to a mobile phone. Graphically, this looks like a PS5, a mobile phone. Graphically,
if you are developing a mobile game, you should not need a controller for the game. If you need a controller for your game, it should not be on mobile. If it's like a Switch game, Yeah, I get that. A lot of Switch games are somewhere between normal console / PC and mobile. But if you're porting a PC game to mobile, you should not need a controller. Just don't port it then. Nobody is going to play this on their phone because their phone has to be completely plugged in. There are some... I've seen stuff from some gacha games where people have an entire phone for Genshin that is always plugged in 24/7, and it's hooked up to a monitor and a keyboard with a dock. At that point, why do you have a phone? If you need a controller and all this other shit to play a mobile game, just play it on PC. There's no reason for this.
This looks like a PS5. You may have seen the adverts for it. It looks phenomenal, really good. It plays really good, and it has a few innovations. You know, the Dark Zone, this area of atypical PvP. It was an area where, much like other games today, popular games today, you could walk around, you could hear gunshots, go over there, there'd be another agent. You'd approach cautiously, feel each other out, and decide whether to partner or to actually engage in PvP. The whole of the Resurgence map is friendly to other agents. So you'll hear gunshots on a corner. You won't need to be in the Dark Zone. It could be anywhere, and you can group with those people. So PvP is off by default, but being able to group up and to see other agents in the streets, that's never been done in a Division game before, let alone a mobile game.
The Division is dead. Is it just me, or does this game look like it came out 10 years ago? Okay. It does. Dude, this is like... Cop game coming out in the next little bit. That's a little odd choice for timing. Also, this game just looks not good. Why did... Okay. You know what? No. Dog, what are we doing? What is this game? Hard-hitting mayhem. Yeah. This trailer is also like... Alpha response. Available now on Steam. Let me look it up. Alpha response. It's $26. Mostly positive. Okay. Early access. 788. This game has been out for over a year. Why are we just... From the original creator of the Counter-Strike mod. Feel unfinished currently, need more time to really shine. I'm enjoying this game in spite of and protest of how dumb Killing Floor 3 is. When I was playing the tutorial and the first enemy I shot had his head explode in a cartoony but gruesome splatter gore, I knew that was something special. Runs like shit, getting to play in 1080p on medium settings, which looks like a mobile game. One of the instances where I wish I could leave a mixed review. Steam does need a mixed review. Just like a sideways thumb. Ultimately, the concept is so phenomenal, and as a huge fan of Battlefield Hardline, I would vouch for this game. I wish I really could, but the approach and delivery was abysmal. I can totally excuse jank. Most of my favorite games are absolute jank, but Alpha Response has the worst performance imaginable, and playing through it surprisingly makes me dizzy. Guzman's next masterpiece. Okay. Ad Ruger. Okay. Great time. If you love to play with friends, this game is for you. I'll support my goat. Eddie. Okay. I'll support my goat any day, but it's low-key mid. Huge potential. Dev seems dedicated to ongoing improvements. Mid. Recommended. So half the positive comments are kind of like, it's okay. Or just, add this to game. Or I liked his last game. Alright. Okay. That comment about being like, oh, I love how cartoonishly gruesome something is. That's it. There's something special because of blood. You would love The Boys. Last man sitting. Okay.
Last Man Sitting is a game where you blast through the environment mounted on an office chair. So you're always on an office chair. And you also have a freaking gun. So movement-wise, it sort of feels a bit like you're skating, but it's also most definitely a shooter.
And you guys also described the game as a battle royale. So does it lean BR? Is it more shooter? Is it a mix of both? How's that go?
So many years ago, during early prototypes of the game, it was a battle royale game. And it sort of went viral and got a lot of followings based on some short videos of the game. But then as we developed the game more, we found that we wanted to gravitate away from that. of it. So we saw some limitations with the battle royale gameplay. Eventually, the game became more of a 4-player chaotic PvP shooter, more like a shooter version of Super Smash Bros., which is like one of our favorite games at the office. There's like different maps. There's different modes also. We worked on the PvP mode. We also made a PvE mode, which is
So it's a
more
party
like,
game.
maybe best compared to Swarm survival games. So it's more like a lightly narrated story where you go up against your manager and you like go up in the floors of an office building. You have to survive for a certain amount of time. There's more and more enemies coming that become more numerous and more ridiculous as time goes by. There's mini bosses, there's main bosses, and you level up, you get power-ups. And this is where like you can get even more power-ups when playing the PvE game mode. So that's when it gets really ridiculous.
Okay.
And you can unlock, of course, new weapons, new characters, new abilities. You can upgrade your chair, so you can.
That was one of my questions. So
we looked a lot at this like early 2000s aesthetic, which we thought was like really cool. Especially like when we started designing the user interface, we felt like, you know, what if the whole user interface just felt like Windows Millennium Edition or Windows XP, and you have that those little square windows, and you have the
It looks
font
silly.
that we all remember. So eventually the game sort of became more of this like 2000s nostalgia type game. We also have a lot of like Counter-Strike players at the office. So that's definitely something that I think has had its imprint on the game as well. Imagine it's 2002 and you're listening to punk music and you're playing on your Windows XP computer. That's sort of the feeling that we want the game to have.
Holy loud. This is one. Dude, I saw this last year. The last game, the Office one, may not last out like real long. Party games like that are kind of touch and go. Like Party Animals or whatever that, like Animal beat 'em up. One where you run and just start throwing fists. That one is like, it has months where it gets really popular and like it's just a friend game. I feel like that one's kind of gonna go the same way. It'll kind of just be there and be like, hey, why don't we play this? And you spend like that week-long binge you have with games. It'll be one of those. This looks cool. This one you have like, you have a team of people working on a mech, operating it, fixing it, and driving and shooting it. This is a good team play shooter. This will be good. I can feel this will be good because this is also very just hell yeah as a game. Maybe I was wrong. I was wrong about the team part. I think there's 2 games where you have some mech walker. There's a single player one, which might be this one, and there's one where you have like actual people managing a mech. This still looks good though. I'm excited. Another thing for March, man. March is stacked.
I say first up, we're going to talk about the Division interview. Of course, we weren't able to get a ton of new information, but they are working on a lot of different projects right now.
I don't know if I've ever talked to anyone else who has 26 years at a single company in gaming. So talking to him, he was I was doing a bit of glazing because everything he said felt like a storytelling experience. And so we're talking about Survivors, and this is the kind of redone version of Division 1's original Survival. And so it's a snowstorm impacted, weather hit Washington, D.C., and it's what he kind of also alluded to as like one of the original extraction shooter-esque like games. But yeah, you have to fight for survival out and weather the elements. He says it's really, really shaping up. And also original players of Survival are going to experience, he couldn't tell me everything, but they're going to get to experience, you know, remastered things and things that are updated from the original that they did want, but he couldn't tell me too much as to what it was, besides that it's really shaping up and it's really interesting. And both new coming players, you don't have to play Division or Division 2 to stumble across this and love it just as much.
I think with the success, obviously, of games like Arc Raiders right now, you even mentioned that, it's an interesting conversation around, do you try to chase those things and copy stuff, or not even copy, but take inspiration from it, or are you having to come up with your own ideas that you've been working on for 10 years or however long? It's just interesting how they've been working on this for a long time, and now there's a mega popular game in the same exact vein.
Yeah, and he said it a lot more eloquently than I can ever represent it as, but you know, he realizes it's probably a mix of things. Like a lot of other games are doing extraction shooters with certain things here, but they've also had an image of where they want to be and where they want to go for quite some time now, and now they're finally getting to breathe that into existence slowly.
They also talked a little bit about Division 3, which when I say a little bit, I mean like a little bit.
He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. Julian said this. He said, "It's shaping up to be a monster." And I said, I'm gonna clip that, Julian. Thank you very much.
I would say a highly anticipated game that they can't share a lot about, but we were excited just to hear that it's a monster as much as people love these other games. Next up, we had Alpha Response coming from Min Lee.
For anyone who doesn't know Min Lee, the original creator of Counter-Strike, I love this guy. We've had the chance to meet him on a couple occasions, also sit down and talk with him. He went to his first Counter-Strike major this past year. It was an incredibly rare experience to see like such a notorious dev get to see what his game has truly become, and he was there since the very, very beginning. And then to see like an esport develop out of it was crazy. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but he still has that shooter DNA in him, and so this is kind of a mission-based shooter, might you, and you also play as law enforcement, but the goal is to complete a series of missions, and yeah, definitely remains true to the whole shooter Gooseman DNA.
It looks like Counter-Strike meets Payday, but you're the good guy. I mean, you're the law enforcement.
Then, speaking of Counter-Strike, we talked to a guy who was highly inspired by Counter-Strike, which is so cool to me to have in the showcase. So, like, we had the OG who made this game, then we have a guy who's inspired by that guy. This was Last Man Sitting.
It's so ridiculous, and I love it.
We need games like this.
It feels like a mixture of like Tony Hawk's Skater Pro, but replace the skates with chairs, and then
give them all weapons.
And give them some guns. Why not?
The clips are going to be insane.
Yeah.
You're going to see some wild stuff come out of this game. The things people are going to be doing.
And they're still working on a lot when it comes to PvP versus PvE, but at the core base of it, they want it to be PvP based. It's going to be a round-based game, and so I believe 4 players. So super competitive lobbies, but I think you can
also a chaotic shoot.
Very, very chaotic, and it progresses round by round. So their unique feature in competitive balancing is it's the first player to win 5 rounds, but if you lose a round, you get a power-up. So you get an ability, and that is their way to balance.
Even the odds a little bit.
You can even upgrade your chair.
Yeah, so by the end, which you can, and by the end, it's gonna be pretty hectic because of course, if everyone's taking their turns and winning 3 rounds, 4 rounds, whatever, by the end, you're all gonna be super OP. And so the ultimate goal is to win that 5th round, you're gonna have to beat some pretty high-powered people.
My favorite part of the interview is hearing him say, you know, we're inspired by Counter-Strike, Super Smash Bros, the Call of Duty era. He just wanted to see people 360 no-scope others and like made a game out of it.
In an office chair. And if you see the trailer, you'll see the agents or the characters, and you'll be like, oh, that looks like Counter-Strike, and he'll say, yep, that was kind of, we're all big Counter-Strike.
You just know he grew up on the quick scope montages, 360 trick shots.
Well, and I love the idea of like they're sitting brainstorming the game, and he's like, I want to make a shooter, but what's our unique spin on it?
Wait a second.
Guys, get in here.
I have an idea.
You're never gonna believe this. You might want to sit down.
It'll make sense.
Then finally, in that section, we had Sand Raiders of Sophie. The developer is Holly Griff as well as Tower House. but the publisher is Tiny Build, who we're all very familiar with. This is a co-op action adventure. You're in a desert world. Honestly, it reminded me of another, I don't remember it. They were like sailing in the desert in some other game, but this, my favorite part about this is that you could see them building your ship, that you're then like traversing the desert
It's
and
kind of like a
fighting
base
people.
building.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of reminded me of Sea of Thieves meets Base Builder,
Rust,
where you're like,
Mm.
yeah, you're building your own
Rust.
ship. Yeah, it's very cool.
Rust on legs.
It's a good
There's
comparison.
also normal gunplay too, as well, though, which I found. At first, I was like, oh, it looks cool, but then I saw there were like normal guns too. So
I like, it's a new concept, I feel like, where they were probably, I have to assume, fans of Rust or fans of different types of games. They're like, okay, what if we make a moving base in the desert, and then, you know, you can explode people's bases, or I'm curious, we didn't see it in the trailer, I'm curious if you can raid other people's bases.
I'm pretty sure you...
that'd be the coolest part. If you raid their
like jump
base.
off of yours.
Pretty sure you
Yeah.
can take other people's bases, I'm pretty sure.
Next up, we have a section that a couple of us are definitely going to be very excited about. This is the 25th year that Jagex has been making RuneScape at this point, which is extremely impressive.
Oh.
I know Jake and I have been playing it our entire lives. We've got old school RuneScape, we've got RuneScape 3, and we have Dragon Wilds.
The Trinity!
Right, so 3 games, massive games that have been around for a long time, a lot of people have heard of.
I think we should just give the room to Jake.
I love it here.
Use the bathroom real quick.
This is my favorite part for all you RuneScape fans.
When we all arrived here, the first thing I saw was Jake on his laptop and RuneScape was pulled up next to Twitter.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Did you see
dedication.
how Hunter has like a side monitor just
He does this.
Really? I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
cool. These guys are real
Lower level?
fans, though.
Yeah.
I'm north of 1800 now.
I'm over 2100.
I knew
so
that's why I didn't want to answer, because I knew you were going to lead into it. Anyway, Jagex has given us a variety of exclusives across all 3 games. We're super happy to talk about it.
They've done a lot of very impressive things over the past year, I would say. They did Varlamore with Jake's favorite, the Gemstone Crab, just AFK there, it's awesome. Has the Delve with Doom. They have the Gridmaster this year, which was super fun. I played that one. They also added Sailing most recently, which is the first new skill ever in old school RuneScape. Had a lot of back and forth. My favorite part about it is the fact that they listened to the community a lot with the release of it. The exclusive they gave us was this new logo reveal for the next league season.
Dude, Keister and Red are gonna love this.
So that was League 6, Demonic Packs. We don't know much more past that. Obviously, Leagues is a lot of fun and probably the most engaging time periods of RuneScape. I think you see player peaks every time. So I imagine a lot of those WoW players are going to come back and be a part of that. Outside of that, RuneScape 3 was also in the news a lot this year.
For a variety of reasons. One of the biggest ones being they've removed the biggest monetization methods they had in the game, which was widely talked about and has been for probably next to a decade. You know, obviously in the MMO genre, you have to make money to sustain such big games and big servers for a reason and to keep these updates coming. They're not small teams. And so it was that community battle of like, we need monetization, but at what point is it too much monetization? And they finally reached that breaking point.
I think we also have some reveals of some of the areas they're revamping, which is very cool. They're trying to declutter the entire world because right now the game, if you, as an old school player, log on, you're probably like, what is going on?
Yeah,
most of the time. So that's very cool. They also gave us the image of their anniversary cape, which looks fire.
Isn't that beautiful? And I actually have one behind me.
This is Jake's Avengers Endgame.
Oh, man.
And then finally, we also had Dragon Wilds, which is a game that we are very excited about.
Another incredible
game. We are big fans of those types of games. Valheim, we spent a ton of time on. So when RuneScape announced this, we were super stoked personally and played it. They're in early access, but they talk a lot about their 1.0 release and everything that's coming.
For those unaware, Dragon Wilds is the survival game inspired by RuneScape. And so being a big survival game guy and my love for RuneScape, it was kind of the mixing of both worlds. So Dragon Wilds was always going to be a big thing for me. And as you said, it is early access, still developing. They are aiming for that full release though. It's still a great game and getting better and better.
if you like games like Valheim or Enshrouded, I would say this is the kind of game
100%.
you would like to play because it's just like that. You can spend a ton of time building your house and making it better and better. And then they're also adding iconic RuneScape things. Again, we talked about that with like the cube. It's cool to see a world you already love in
Mixing it up
another
worlds.
format.
The fresh twist.
Yeah.
They already have released their roadmap, but we have a lot of cool stuff that is coming to the game that RuneScape players will recognize. New skills come out at each time, so fishing, prayer, agility. You're gonna get mithril armor, rune armor coming out. There's 3 new regions next year coming with the 1.0 update, like over time. And then we got the first look at Dowden Reach, which is their next region. You're gonna recognize these Black Knights, which look a lot scarier than from,
Dude, he's not gonna make it
from
through this.
RuneScape. If this is the Black Knight's Fortress, it looks absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Right.
I don't know if I'm going to continue after this segment.
You guys have heard me and Jake talk way too much about this. We also have a message from a couple of creators that you might recognize from the RuneScape community.
RuneScape and Jagex has just turned 25 years old, and the recent year has actually been incredible. And what is to come over the course of 2026 and beyond is something that, as a player myself of RuneScape for 23 years, I am so excited. I mean, I think the game right now, old school RuneScape, is in the best place it's ever been, but Jagex as a company is turning into potentially being the best they have ever actually been. In 2025, over old school RuneScape, we didn't just have many different pieces of content, such as sailing, Balamar, Royal Titans, a duo boss that came to the game. We actually also hit an all-time high player count since the...
When will they add RuneScape VR? Let me mine my own ore. Come on, it's time. Load it up. Put RuneScape in that Sonic Crossing game, whatever the racing thing is. Next DLC. It'll be great.
Game actually released over a decade ago. That is crazy. It's absolutely incredible. But that is not the end. We still have 2026 to come, and the things that are coming in 2026 are going to be crazy. We have the Blood Moon Rises. We'll be getting more info at the Winter Summit. The finale, potentially, of the Mauritania questline. But personally, the thing that I am the second most excited for, behind Raids 4. Now, Raids 4, I know nothing about right now, so I can't really say much, but that is the thing I am the most excited for and have been the most excited for years to come, as of right now. And if that is not everything, we have League 6. And I know one thing about League 6, and that is League 6 Demonic Pacts. All I can say. That's all I know right now. But League 6 will be coming most likely in Q4 of 2026. Can't fact check that. I do not know. But that means League 6 may contain Blood Moon Rises and Raids 4 inside of whatever League 6 is going to be, and that is going to be incredible. As for RuneScape 3, I'm not a huge player or ambassador of RuneScape 3. I am more on the old school side, but there is a massive update that occurred earlier on that I was able to get behind, and so did all of the old school RuneScape community and basically anybody inside the community. And that was the removal of a microtransaction called Treasure Hunter. And finally, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I played it when it first came out with Ashenvale, I believe it was called. And then the most recent expansion, Fell Hollow. I recently have played that one as well, and I have completed it.
It already has an
Dragon Wilds
expansion?
is a game where it's not even fully released. But when I say that, 2026, Dragon Wilds will be fully released to everybody, completely done. But you can play it now. You will only just get the first 2 expansions. And the first 2 expansions as a standalone game is incredible. I cannot wait to see the expansion to the entire thing when we get the entire world, the entire universe of what's going on there. So far, the gameplay is incredible. Whoever's working behind that team, honestly, I feel Dragon Wilds, when it's released later this year, I don't know when, again, it's going to be a masterpiece when it's fully done, when you can start a new character, go through Ashenvale, go through Fell Hollow, and then go through the next 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, whatever level of different realms there's going to be. But you can still play it now, early, and you can play the expansions as they release. Right now, we have Ashenvale, we have Fell Hollow, and we will be getting another expansion fairly soon into 2026, and that will be the release of the Mithril, and I think the Fishing Skill. Honestly, Jagex, 25-year anniversary, the game, the company, everything, it's looking good, and I'm very, very excited for the future.
And if you guys haven't yet, make sure to go play RuneScape, one of the greatest games of all time.
Darklight Survivor, Tape 101, Unawake, Nested Lands. How long do we have?
Next up, we have a group of 4 games, that being Darklight Survivor coming from Mirai & Co., Tape 101 coming from Serversa, and Unawake from Reality Art Studio, Nested Lands from 1M Bits Board.
This looks familiar. What? Is that not like a Doom design? Maybe I missed.
Studio.
I know this is playing off like the aesthetic quite heavily. Switch is cool between 3rd and 4th person. These things. Is that not an enemy from Doom? But red or blue instead of red? I'm pretty sure it is. Doom enemies. Fat Doom enemy. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, there's some differences, but is that not like... Is that not the same, essentially? It's like... It's got some changes. The stomach's different, it looks like the face is different, but... Silhouette-wise... That is the exact same... Okay. Okay, you can just go pixelated. Okay, you get different classes, characters. It's definitely interesting, but Darklight Survivor. Some of these Settlement Builder. Oh, wait.
You smell like shite.
Alright, dickhead. Stay clean. So the whole thing is take a bath and you live? Is that... It looks like a city builder. That's interesting. I don't know about the smelly part. Backrooms. Oh, if it's an anomaly game, I know who's gonna be playing that.
For eternity, I struggled to become an aspect of courage, freedom, and honor.
What am I looking at?
So much for the glory of angels. Let it in. Let it burn your flesh. Let it burn your soul. Okay, chat, can we skip some of these? This just kind of looks bad. This looks like the game that would be on like CSI when they go to some kid's house. Or somebody's house and the kid is playing a game. This combat looks... What did you even do? I'm so confused. You just bashed your shield against each other.
Flight Survivor, maybe one of the games we've seen that kind of blew our mind a little bit. You had top down, you had third person, and something else.
Oh, the instantaneous switch, of course, between top down and third person, but then the pixel art, being able to instantaneously
adapt. And I was like, wait, is that what it's doing? I had to.
Yeah, you can sort of like just toggle it.
That's such a crazy.
My understanding.
Such a crazy feature.
So it's a game, one-person view, whatever you prefer, and you swap all the time.
I'm just gonna...
I think it's interesting to think about the strategy element of that probably that comes into play. Like,
seems like it's just like it's a personal preference thing, but it might actually have a
skill that you use.
Yeah, because you may think that it's just like a gimmick for a different viewpoint or filter or whatever, but the idea that you could use it tactically as a gameplay mechanic too is really cool.
Aiming for early access in late.
The only thing you thought to talk about that game was you can switch between third person and like top down. That's the only interesting thing about the game. I don't.
back and roguelike. So if I had meld, there's cool little twists to the back rooms too,
It kind of
right?
feels at times that you're also hallucinating because of like the camera.
Some of these
There's,
games
like, video camera
are
and
just
we
kind
were
of.
in an RC car during certain points, like exploring it. We had nested lands as well. It's a village in survival, like village management and survival type of game, where obviously very medieval.
Yeah.
A lot of, I mean, what was the last shot? Like throwing bodies on a fire.
Yeah. Bring out your dad. I will say, I love management games. I love management games and sim games, village management sim games. Like this is right up my alley.
This feels like Manor Lords meets survival. So it has a different viewpoint, and you got to take care of not just yourself, but everyone around you.
If you don't, your entire village is just gonna be.
Yeah, they even show you the burning
Burn
bodies. Like, yeah, sorry, we lost some of your peeps.
Yep.
Better make
Done.
better decisions.
What I liked was seeing the blend of like, obviously you're playing as this person and you have to survive, and he was like hunting stuff and like that. But I imagine you're also recruiting people for your settlement as like the king, and then you have to like choose who to recruit and build on a village.
Initially, it may start with you doing the micromanagement, but you eventually can assign villagers to go do the forage, go
Kind of like
hunting.
in Power World, how your pals become
Exactly.
your workers without a wage.
Exactly. Yeah.
Then finally we had Unawake,
Cool.
a game, a first-person action game, mixed kind of a little bit of fantasy. You're battling horror, like kind of like a Doom Skyrim to me.
I mean, honestly,
that
the
description.
art direction was beautiful.
Yeah.
Like those environments, you see them, and it's just.
It's very pretty.
No, but something about it, I don't even know if I have a comparison. For some reason in the back of my mind, this probably won't make it. Mordor-esque, like, it just looked really good.
Yeah, Mordor.
Very dark version of Mordor, but light
The atmosphere.
Yeah, that's
That's like
A bummer version of hell.
So notes they gave us expected to launch early access late 2026
Okay.
as well. They are designing the game to be moddable after release, which I think is really cool.
They don't know what to do with the game then. I'll stand by this. If a game has modding support off rip, either they've been in development for so long they don't have any other ideas to put in, or they don't want to do it anymore, so they're just letting the community do it. That's the main thing with like Bethesda and other companies, is if there's modding day one or within like the first month or something, they just don't want to do it anymore. They don't want to develop anymore. So they put it on the community. Oh. That's the one thing I see every single time. Day one modding is...
People who like Path of Exile, they specifically called out it's a central skill and stat tree that is similar to Path of Exile, but more approachable. So it's not going to break
expect
it.
a skill forest instead of a skill tree.
Skill force, lots of complexity, lots of interlocking skills, layers of progression.
So I think a lot of it's going to be a game for people who really like their builds of things and like, okay, how can I specialize in this?
Oh, dude, I'm doing this all day. Just the... And then the double sword grab they were doing. And the fact it's moddable, I would love to see the direction that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, there's so much potential. You could have modders come in, do additional levels, boss fights, romance. Unironically, you could add that if you want it. Like, lots of potential.
I think it's the world
Wouldn't be
can
so
exist.
dark.
Love can exist anywhere.
A mod could brighten the world up a little bit.
Warhammer.
Next up, we have a very exciting segment where we actually got to sit down with the executive producer over all of the Warhammer 40K series, as I understand it, Anatoly Shestov.
By enemies from within. By enemies from without. By enemies from beyond.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it. Just imagine the true Warhammerish stories where no choices are good, but you don't have an option to go away you need to get your hands dirty, and it's just a matter of how precisely you will achieve this. One of the most significant changes that any player would experience compared to the Rogue Trader would be more stakes, more value in a surrounding, in any environment that you're playing with. The covers, the line of sights, we read how they are calculated, how they are working, and how much benefit they providing to the party. So it's basically would be more playing around the environment. We abandoned the step up mechanics, so if you're ending your turn behind some wall, you are behind some wall. There won't be one circle around you that allows you to step up of this cover and to shoot at anything. If you so the place where you start your turn, the place where you're ending your turn would be more significant. Other thing is role-playing model. There are way more roles being made inside the combat. Lots of the things making you roll something, lots of the things make your opponents roll something. So almost all a lot of
That's great.
On a change of the momentum.
I'm glad they have the interviews, but also
Anything you can tell or iconic.
these interviews are kind of making me bored, man.
The world behind the main road, or interesting than Theodora. There would be some new takes on how dangerous wildlife can be. There is collections of pretty wild things being a Rogue Trader story and new campaign. There's Biomon parts that in a.
Can you tell people generally basic bitches like Jake? Can you explain Warhammer 40k as general? What's a playthrough about?
We actually
Still
asked
an
Anatoly
hour
to
left.
describe all of this for
play and is for everything.
Opinion has unique.
this environment. Too specific.
I'm very full. You understand?
It's not there's was that not just
You can target
part that
that friend thing
render your opponent. There's
as I am.
doing.
with people like I consider kind of couch.
Dude, I'm okay. Chat, Jonah, whoever. Are we good to just kind of stop? There's nothing that they've shown in the past 20 minutes that seemed interesting to me. That game with the Doom enemy, the one thing they talked about, you can go from third person to top down pretty quick. And that might be cool. That's it? That's you have nothing. There's an hour left in this.
More powerful, and so
Warborn was a bit of a the community would
boss battles against scam leaders, which will test everything that you've learned. These are always full of surprises. Anime style
Cool.
showdown made game.
a new biome. You have new.
Is the game
Right.
Yeah, but he couldn't have. Did he?
I would.
It's cool that they're showing games that probably wouldn't get shown at the Game Awards without a lot of money. They have no interest to me.
Listen.
Next up, we have Shadow of the Road coming from Owlcat as well with another angle Blackmill game.
Rises upon your land. Through progress and technology, we bring prosperity to all.
Okay, city builder.
Your nation, our technology will protect your peace.
Maybe.
Those that stand in the way of progress. On behalf of your glorious Emperor Mutsuhito,
This is a turn-based fighter. This is XCOM in feudal Japan.
we will bring much for peace.
What are we doing?
For peace, or peace.
entertainment. I'm here to tell you days it started. While in the game
Now on Kickstarter, this game is going. Oh.
weird.
But I had
Lou here is referring to Tycoon Cole.
promise not to say I told you so.
Need.
She's going to be annoyed, and that will lower your
If you
approval
look
with
like
her.
that, DM me.
Deliver.
This
My close up.
Finder seconds she'll use if it can. Use
A unique blend of arcades where we don't compromise on is picking the locations. Those are always the actual
Oh, World War
battles.
game.
The
Recession indicator 35. Game set in World War.
weapons, the ones that were actually used, and uniforms that are as accurate as possible and plausibly used. It sets us apart there. We go quite deep on the history, but then again we're more accessible.
So it's a Battlefield type
Under
game?
fire, you have a difficulty reloading your weapon, for instance, and that has custom animations to it. So it's quite elaborate. Not a lot of games, if at all, do this, where it's really dynamic based on what happens, and still fair. In a way that the rules are predicted. Is that you can now build stuff together. Part of the game mode will be that you are able to construct objectives and machine guns and other things together. It's kind of like our evolution of the game mode we had in.
So it's like a Battlefield type game.
For this like samurai.
In we have so much attention to detail, and they even have to like. But it's so clever because of course you'd.
Coming to the.
What is this one? Crimson Desert Dino
Now
Blade,
our
where winds
final
meet.
Section we have here.
Final
very
section.
Exciting, a very cool one, if I had to say.
This is where the winds meet. Like, it's cool, I just... I'm okay. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's just hell yeah as a game.
Slay dragons, is that true?
There are dragons.
A bunch of things that I've seen about this game, you can clearly slay dragons, is that true?
There are dragons in the game, and you do fight them. We haven't revealed just yet whether or not you can actually slay them, but you can slay them, you can fly them.
Can you lay them?
I'm sorry to the Lua fans, but at this point we're not confirming whether or not there's dragon relations.
Could you speak a little bit to...
Dog, you gotta have a better question of can I fuck the dragon? Please. Oh. Is there...
Twice as big as the open world and playable area of Skyrim. It's larger than the map
Cool.
of a Red Dead Redemption 2. So we wanted to create...
Open world. Will there be stuff in there? Chat, what do we think? Yes or no? Empty open world? Or stuff to do in the world? It's cool. There's a lot of places you can go. Will there be anything to do? I'm
a world that's not only
looking, and that's
massive,
very...
but is also incredibly interactive. Obviously, you and your community.
Hey, let's take a peek.
But is also incredibly interactive.
All that space that they're panning around, and I see one building off in the distance, another further off in the distance, and one right next to you.
Obviously.
And then just nothing.
You and your community, Lua, care a lot about romance systems. This is not that type of game in terms of RPG elements and decision making. What it is, though, is you choose the type of character that you want to play as in terms of your progression within the systems in the game. And then through basically headcanon, you're having this very different experience than other players because of the scope and scale of the game. You'll be distracted by something, you'll go on this quest line, you'll have an experience that'll be radically different than someone else, even though they're playing the same game. The guiding principle for the game is around empowering the player and not forcing them into specific choices. There's a lot of time between now and launch in March for us to be able to elaborate on those systems, show people if they
March?
Say I have an hour to jump in and play this game.
You're still finishing systems and you release in March. How big is your team? You gotta be like right at the, it's probably like final nails. Cause you're either killing your employees or you got like hundreds of people working on this.
Of showing resource.
I'm not going to be able to run this on my computer. I know that already.
And that
How's apparently?
Learn about the world. So by talking to NPCs, by picking up chickens, then you've learned and your codex will have been updated about the chicken.
What about things that go beyond like fighting? Is there like puzzles? Is there like
Over to Korea to do a deep dive kind of behind the scenes last September. They came out and we showed them a glimpse of a bunch of different systems. One of the systems that we showed them was in what we call the aerial abyss. It's those sky islands that pivotal part in the story and quest and mystery surrounding the world. In those sky islands, there are puzzles. They all have a different vibe, if you will, and then treasures and rewards for completing them.
When can people get the game? Where can they get it? What does that look like for you guys?
The game comes out on March 19th across basically every platform. It'll be available on consoles on PS5, as well as Xbox Series X and S, PC, as well as natively on Mac.
Okay.
First, let's start with
Some of these games that do look
Beyond
like
it,
intensive, I'm not going to be able to run them on my computer. And also some of these just are so... Okay, I'm just gonna... Some of those are cool. A lot of that was kind of just... I don't know, dude. That's... I want so many of those games to be good, but if some of them, like, you decide, hey, it's been like a year since the game came out, let's put in the other races so you can play as them. Or, yeah, I really liked how you can switch camera angles. Or, that one that was like kind of just, I said the combat looked bad because it had no weight to the swings and was like making me nauseous. Modding is going to be available day one. So the devs are checked out, is what that tells me. Doesn't matter the size of the studio, if modding's available day one or within like the first month, the devs have checked out at development for a while. Like, you'll get some updates, but new content is coming in a DLC drop. It's like that with Bethesda, it's like that with so much. Here we go here. Why is this up here? I gotta fix that podcast overlay. I don't know, man. what do we think? Overall, was that a good showcase? Yes or no? Y or N? Because I don't... I think it was good. And I'm glad they have more commentary for it, and it's not just, here's a trailer. Here's a trailer. Here's a trailer. Here's a trailer. And then it's done. They actually have talked to the devs and stuff. I like that. But also, like, the commentary was nice. There was also a lot of commentary. If there was a little less of just the... I don't know. I get the jokes and things. But I felt kind of bad off rip of just, you introduce yourself as, I dislike spoons and I really want to fuck a dragon. And not, I beat Elden Ring with a dance pad. So I think, chat, I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm annoyed. I'm gonna go get food or something. Dude. What the fuck? They got the cavalry showing up? What is that, man? Boom. Hit them. Boom. Another one immediately. What the? They called in reinforcements. What the fuck? Alright. Chat, I'm gonna go get food. Y'all have a good night. Go eat, go drink, do what you gotta do. Go be nice to someone. Have a good weekend. I'll see you on Saturday or something. Good night, chat. Have an ad. Oh. Dude. Also, chat, all those emotes that Twitch removed. Not all of them, but I added a couple to our 7TV. So Poro's there. Heckheim is there, the Joker one. The Why So Serious one. Holy voice crack. Dude, I'm so tired. I need new stuff to come out, like, expeditiously. Alright. Good night, chat. I'll see you on the weekend.